right, good morning, everyone. We are here in the land office at the land department office, and we're in the conference room. But I just want to welcome everybody to the call this morning. I wanted to let my colleagues on the call know, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, also Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie, and Chairwoman Amber Knez-Bakrati, that this morning we do have the judicial branch here in the conference room, Delegate Norman and Begay, myself, the Speaker's office, McCarla Roanhorse, and also we have Jaron Charlie. But I wanted my colleagues to know that today we did call a work session to work a little bit and to hear more about the amendments being proposed, because over the past week I had been receiving emails about proposed amendments, but now checking with Mr. Tahi, it sounds like they coordinated all of their amendments with OMB, so they're packed in the red line version. And I share this with you because Mr. Jaron Charlie's also here, and the committee asked Mr. Jaron Charlie to go back and to hear more about what the chapters need, and we did receive an email from Eastern Agency Council over the weekend, and they have another set of amendments. But I share this with you because we had hoped that the Division of Community Development would have better coordination with the chapters and the chapter unit at the Department of Justice on those amendments, but it sounds like that didn't happen. So I just wanted my colleagues to be aware of that. I know that your chapters will be impacted by the language in the BIM that goes before the committee. This may be the last year that we use these sets of parameters because of the new ERP system that's coming on board, but I just wanted to share that information with you all at this time. As we're ending, the goal is to drop the budget instruction manual by the end of the month, and so I wanted to make you all aware of that. I know that was an important part of discussion to the council, to the Navikia committee, but also to the Budget and Finance Committee. We're waiting for OMB at this time, but I don't know if my colleagues have any questions or comments before we get started.
Yes, this is Delegate Crowdy with a question.
Yes, go ahead, Shada.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues and staff and our judicial branch partners who are in the meeting or they're in person and calling in. I just wanted to get a sense of, so pulling up the red line, if staff, so we could just be prepped when OMB arrives. I'm looking through my email and I just need to know when we received that red line. I do see the formal request with Eastern Navajo, and I guess once OMB joins the meeting, when we go over the red line, if they are going to identify what entity is making that amendment change, because I haven't seen a response to Vice Chair Slater's comments to ASC. So I do see the master red line set yesterday evening. Okay, got it. Got that one. And I just need to know if ASC, since we have Mr. Charlie there, has responded to Vice Chair Carl Slater's amendment. And I would just need to know at this point, has the judicial branch provided any amendments? And are those separate, or is that also part of this comprehensive red line document? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shada. Chairwoman Amber Knez-Bakrati. The judicial branch did not contribute to the red line version proposed by the Office of Management and Budget. However, they're here again to listen to the discussion. And Mr. Jaron Charlie did inform me that he was out of the office for the past 2 weeks, and I asked if the person designated in his position did continue those discussions or did respond to those emails. I know we have Ms. Candace Yazzie on the call, the division director on the call as well. So I'll give some time for Mr. Jaron Charlie to respond and also Ms. Yazzie to respond to those questions. Ms. Yazzie was, was Ms. Yazzie at our first meeting? our first work session meeting?
No, she wasn't.
No, she wasn't. Okay. And then, Mr. Bial is here now, and then we'll give some time to judicial branch to respond to Chair Amber Knesseth-Crotty's question. So, Mr. Charlie, floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, hey, Benay, everybody. As mentioned, this is my first day back in the office in a couple weeks. I've not had time to review the red line, so I need to review that. And also, I do know that we did receive some input from other, chapters, but they're sitting in my inbox right now, so I do need to review those before I can put something together. So, that's kind of where I'm at with it right now, and we were going with the assistance of, Mr. Roger Begay with DOJ, some of the, outreach he was doing as well. So that's kind of where I'm at right now with this. So, I'm gonna need a little time to review everything that's in there that was sent to me.
Okay, I'll go back to the judicial branch. Do you want to respond to the question?
We're in the process of reviewing it. We received it last Friday, late Friday, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Chair Amber Knesseth-Crotty, it sounds like the Office of Management and Budget wasn't coordinating with the chapters, or maybe they might have sent correspondences, but I don't know if they were responsive. I can ask Mr. Bial how the red line was put together. Good morning, Dominic.
Morning.
So, we had questions from members of the committee on if the chapter unit here and the judicial branch were a part of the red line updates of the amendments.
Judicial and chapters?
Chapters.
Yes. I know that, for chapters, the ASC and Mr. Roderick Begay from DOJ Chapter Unit did submit information.
Was it just Roderick and not ASC? Because Mr. Charlie was out for 2 weeks, so out of the ASC office, who submitted the amendment?
On that, I'm not sure. Our assumption is they work together on it.
Okay. And then did you reach out to the judicial branch?
Yes.
Did you reach out to?
I'm not sure by name, but I presume it would have been you or...
No, we didn't get any communication, Madam Chair.
All right, Chair Amber Knesseth-Crotty, it sounds like, I think Ms. Elva Thomas, the primary, author of the red line, but I don't see her here. Dominic is here by himself. And the judicial branch is saying that there was no communication between OMB and their branch, and then also ASC is just getting back into it.
Ms. Tom's on her way.
Okay. Delegate Lester-Yossi on call too. Chair Crotty, do you have, more questions or comments?
Shadasia Yate, thank you. Appreciate the response. I don't manage these individual entities that are responsible to coordinate. I just wanted to recognize that for the record, that's the response we're receiving in terms of coordination and collaboration with the budget instruction manual. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Tahi, could you just note that? Because when this, when the budget instruction manual comes before the committee, we just want to make sure that we note these difficulties and challenges. If it's not perfect when it comes before the committee. The committee can also offer amendments when it comes before the committee as well. So we'll work through the draft version at this point. Thank you, Ms. Kristen Lowell, for being here with us, and Mr. Tahi and Mr. Mose. Okay, since the Office of Management and Budget is here, Mr. Bial, we're primarily going to go over where we left off in the last session and then work through that. And then also, I wanted to note that the Eastern Agency Council wanted to be a part of the agenda tomorrow. Mr. Tahi did ask if they could provide their amendments today, so that we could take a look at everything and that we have the proper individuals in this room, including OMB, Office of the Controller will be here shortly, and the ASC and also Candace Yazzie on the call so that we can kind of work through those amendments and hear how those proposed amendments from our chapters are going to be implemented. And I just want to say that I do commend our chapters for coming forward and being a part of the process. It does take a lot. We're not getting that reception from the Division of Community Development, but the chapters are going out of their way to provide these amendments to the BIM. That is critical to the process, because if it's not working for the chapters, then all that money gets locked up at the chapter level, and then we're sitting in our positions like, do we give more money to the chapters, or what's happening? But at the long run, it's all the regulations and red tape that surround the money, but we also need accountability. So to the committee, the posted agenda for tomorrow's meeting did not have the Eastern Agency Council report. We had suggested that they have the report ready today at this work session. And they should be sending it over. Mr. Tahi did talk to Mr. Johnny Johnson about that. But if members of the committee right now, if somebody's going to propose an amendment for tomorrow, we can notify the Eastern Agency Council to be prepared to present tomorrow morning. So is there anybody that plans to offer that amendment tomorrow?
Shadeja, I could offer that amendment. This is Delegate Cardi. I just want to make sure, because Eastern Agency chapters, they don't have like a travel budget, or I just want to make sure, I'm not sure if they have travel expenditure budget, if we want to offer the hybrid option, or are they going to be there in person?
Can we receive a report virtually?
You can.
Okay. Okay, Chair Amber Canis-McCarty, Ms. Bull has advised us that we can receive the report virtually, and the committee can take action as we're conducting our business.
Okay, if we could just give that as an option, in case they don't have traveling, like not covered by insurance or not on a TA or something. I just want to make sure that that's offered. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Okay. And Chair Cardi, that was exactly what I was going to call you about this morning. But Mr. Tahi is going to get a hold of Mr. Johnson, let him know that that's going to be an option available tomorrow, whether it's on Zoom. And then he was also made aware that today he can participate via Zoom, so we haven't received confirmation. Otherwise, we're still waiting for their version of amendments as well, so we can get that to the committee regardless of when they present. Okay. All right. Now that business is sorted, let's get into the red line and discussion today. So welcome again to the land office here in Winter Rock, or St. Michael's, Arizona. And we are here in the Land Department conference room. We'll call this work session to order at 10:29 a.m. Mr. Tahi, can you take a roll call for attendance?
Madam Chairperson of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Tweedy Bid Nominations Council. Monday, April 14th, 2025 work session. Roll call: Honorable Shedley Parrish. Honorable Shedley Parrish is present. Honorable Carl R. Slater.
Please excuse.
Honorable Norman M. Begay.
Go.
Honorable Norman M. Begay is present. Honorable Amber Canis-McCarty, present online.
Yes, I'm present.
Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie.
I'm here.
Present online. And Honorable Lester C. Yazzie.
Good morning,
Present
Mr. Tahi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Delegate Yazzie.
Yes, I will agree, sir.
Madam Chair, you have 2 members present and 3 members online, but you don't need a quorum for this work session.
All right, thank you, Mr. Tahi. I appreciate members of the committee and also Honorable Dr. Andy Nez for being on the call today. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, if you have any questions today, just feel free to raise your hand or text us or let us know as well. But we're going to work through this work session today until
Madam Chair?
Yep.
Madam Chair, I apologize. I was trying to log on, and I do appreciate Chanela, Madam Chair Crowdy, for accepting or amending that agenda to include the Eastern Agency. Eastern Land Commission. I will also be present tomorrow to present whichever amendment is made. So I do apologize. I didn't get a chance to respond. Thank you. I appreciate that, Madam Crowdy.
All right, awesome. Thank you, Delegate Lester Yazzie. All right, we'll continue on. We'll start with a short invocation this morning. I'll bow in a word of prayer. Lord, thank you for this day. We thank you for the opportunity to serve the Navajo Nation and the Navajo people. Today we pray for the members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council as they are traveling all throughout the nation and tending to business off the nation today. Pray for our speaker and her travels and the work that she does. We pray for our president, vice president, also our chief justice, the justices across the nation. We pray that you continue to watch over them and guide them in the decisions that they make throughout the day, and all of their travels as well. And also, we pray for each and every one of our Navajo Nation employees, and we ask that you bless them and the work that they do, and safe travels to their homes this evening. We also pray for the discussion today, Lord. I pray that we continue to have great discussions full of wisdom and just guidance for our budgeting process. I know that we're working with regulations that seem to be full of red tape, but we just pray that we're watching over these regulations that also provide transparency and accountability, so that we're able to budget properly from all the way from our chapters all the way to our executive offices, our judicial offices, our legislative offices, and out all the way to Washington, D.C. office. Continue to watch over us and guide us in our discussions today. And thank you for this opportunity. I pray these things in Jesus' name. Amen. All right, let's go on to recognizing guests and visiting officials. We do have several members of the council on the call. We also have Ms. Ida Burnside, Ms. Jackie on the call, Tatiana Billy on the call. We have our legislative branch on the call, Ms. Michelle Cook. Oh, Ms. Laura Johnson from Office of the President is also on the call. Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for being on the call. We'll note that for the record that we do have Mr. McCarla Roanhorse from the Speaker's Office, Ms. Dalgai and Ms. Damon from the Judicial Branch. So thank you all for being here today. And we also have Ms. Janine Jones from the Auditor General's Office. Ms. Janine Jones, tomorrow at our Budget and Finance Committee, could you just be prepared to introduce yourself tomorrow, or if you want to say a few words now, that'd be great.
Hi, my name is Janine Jones, and I am the new acting Auditor General, and tambahan shlo tanesta ni pasashchin ashi dashanaldo betahni dashache. And thank you.
All right, welcome, Ms. Jones. Look forward to working with you. Tomorrow we do have a Budget and Finance Committee meeting at 10 a.m. All right, we have Department of Justice also on the call. And Ms. Candace Yazzie, the Division Director for Division of Community Development. Do you have some opening words today or responsive to the discussion so far? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to Office of Management and Budget. Mr. Vial stepped out. Okay, let's pull up the red line version, Rodney, on the screen. The last section we stopped on was section 7. Pull out my notebook. No, Mr. Mose, what section are we on? The last portion I have is on vacancies. That was the last policy that we were discussing.
The personal lapse fund allocation.
Oh, yeah, we were in that area, we were discussing the personal action. So what's the section
This
after?
is section 6.
Well, I'll ask OMB if they've changed any steps to anything section. Well, did they change the color that they were,
They did.
so the last time that they presented, it was blue. So it's this new version with the purple. Mr. Malrotis, did you contribute to these edits?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. This is Mel Rodas. Yes, I did, ma'am. I updated my edits, per the committee's request, I updated my edits to section 6, about setting, base planning amounts. And then I updated my edits to section 11 on Navajo Nation grants.
Is the color of your edits blue or are they a different color?
On my document, they're red, but I see purple and blue there, so I'm not sure. I'm guessing that blue may have been the old edits and purple the new, but I'm at a loss because on my document, they're different colors. I apologize. But I was the one to edit section 11, so all those should be mine, whether they were from last time or this time.
Okay, it looks like you added citing to the red section and then your
Oh, I did add some proposed edits to some definitions as well.
All right, Mr. Otis, could you just lead us through the personal lapse, language that you've changed, and then we'll move through. We're waiting for Mr. Bial to come back so we can start with that.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. I also made some edits to the definition of recovered IDC, and to matching funds, and then section 6, fund allocations, general fund planning allocations. And then the section 6E on minor vetoes. And then section 11 Navajo Nation grants.
Yeah, let's start with section 6.
Section 6, yes, ma'am. So, I'm sorry?
What's missing? The IDC, is that section 6? I'm not seeing that.
That would be the definition of recovered IDC recovery is section 2, paragraph 26 under definitions.
All right, let's start with that. We'll just start with your initial section 2, and then we'll go back to section 6 because that's the earliest change you've made since our last meeting, right?
I believe that in the document, the definition section was, I believe, the first. They were certainly my first edits. I believe that they were the group's first edits.
And then did Mr. Bial or Ms. Tom take a look at your edits?
Ms. Tom did.
Ms. Tom did, and she concurred. She's still setting up, so. we'll
Yeah,
give her some time. All right, we'll come back to IDC. They're still adjusting. We'll go back to Mel's, section 6 amendment. All right, Mel, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. So on March 24th, I had an edit that began after BFC establishes the base planning allocations each fiscal year. And my edit was short and simple, and I just added by approving the budget instructions prepared by OMB following meaningful consultation between the BFC and the branch chiefs. And then the feedback that the committee provided at that time on the 24th was a request that I cite to the AG opinion and justify and explain the requirement for meaningful consultation. And so I updated my edit here to provide detail about the AG opinion AG-01-24. So I'll just read my proposed edit here, Madam Chair. Pursuant to its authority under 12 NNC Section 830H, BFC insert shall approve, strike established the base planning allocations each fiscal year, insert, which shall be included in the budget instructions prepared by OMB. According to guidance provided in Attorney General Opinion AG-01-24, the use and application of Diné Behzani principles to bring clarity to Navajo Nation statutes indicates that the branch chiefs and the BFC must work together and engage in meaningful consultation in setting the base planning allocations. This follows the Navajo practice of Bayati talking things out, where such consultations conducted by our Natani leaders are performed with relation, kinship, etc., to ensure Hojo harmony is maintained and or restored. And the rest is the original language, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, let's move through it. These, again, members of the committee and those listening online, these are just proposed amendments. This does not mean that we concur, or we're just hearing the advisement from Department of Justice, OMB, and others on the call, and then others in the room. So I don't know if anyone has any questions to that. If not, we're going to move on to other red lines in this document. All right, let's move on. Stop right there. Miss Tom? Yeah. I think this is where we left off.
Oh, yeah, I know we went through the whole personal law.
Okay.
And the only thing that we did, the second change that we did was, we took off, Mel's, quote. Anything that was in a bracket, we took off his, we deleted that. Since we know that DXR is the sole expertise on this subject.
Okay.
So we took out his comments, yeah. So we went through the personal law.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for the update. So we're gonna scroll through that. And we went through personnel, now we're on section 7.
On section 7, the only highlight that we have in there is, we added language regarding under section 7. And keep going down, is on right there, project closeout. Is this still good? Yeah. That's the language that we added with the Office of Controller. And that's just regarding, we have a lot of SASN projects out there, and we needed some kind of language to put in the BIM indicating like a little procedures on how to close out those documents. So that's what we added with, along with Robert Willie and I.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that's what we just added, that language.
All right, members of the committee, do you have any questions to the language, or Mr. Honorable Delegate Dr. Inez? So this is closing out accounts if they no longer have authorized funding in them.
Yeah, yeah.
Hearing no questions at this time.
I have a question. This is Delegate Yazzie, sorry.
Okay, Honorable Delegate, Yazzie?
I do have a question. Yeah, I could be a doctor. Thank you. No, I'm kidding. I wanted to know how we are doing that now. I mean, if we're adding this in on how to close out CSM projects, I'm wondering, what are we doing now and how would it improve with adding this in? Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Shirley Yazzie. Ms. Thompson?
Yeah, Delegate Yazzie, thank you for that question. Right now, we don't have a process. Rob, Mr. Willie and I were talking about it with Mr. Bial. We're saying we got to at least put something, because everybody has a different, it just sits there. So that's something we want to look at. So we want to at least start putting language in the book, start something, yeah. So that's what we came up with.
Okay. Hearing no further.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing no questions about the language. Again, this is just OMB and OOC working together on the language.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, let's scroll on. Ms. Tom, could you share the next portion?
Okay, the next portion is section 6. This is regarding
Section 8.
Section 8, personnel budgeting. This is where personnel budgeting. This is where I said we covered it already on DHR. I don't know if there was any other highlights, Ramondo, changes from the last edit for DHR, for salaries.
Salaries?
Or vacancies.
Vacancies.
Just getting there right now.
Yeah, the language that we're updating and
Salary
everything.
schedules?
Yeah.
Just adding in the only portion, for that portion was adding in clarifying the Navajo Nation Council, because before we just said council, but we just added Navajo Nation Council. And then, their main edits are really underneath the vacancies and the regular personnel. That's where we had the majority of the edits.
Okay, and I don't think we've met, but my name's Shandine, and then you're with Division of Human Resources?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. My name is Ramondo Tlaw. I'm with Department of Personnel Management.
Oh, Department of Personnel Manager, awesome, okay. So you're the one they really depend on for the reports and everything that they keep talking about.
Yes.
All right, so we had questions about I know Chair Amber Canes-McCarty had a lot of questions for you the last time that we went around talking about the BIM, but I think one of the outstanding questions that hasn't been directly answered by the division director is about the pay study. And the pay study is, we had, last week at Budget and Finance, we talked about the fixed cost for the pay study. There's a low expenditure rate on the case and pay study, and it's not there's no current discussion on, I don't know, the committee doesn't know what that plan is to spend down those dollars. So the committee doesn't know whether it's necessary to continue that fixed cost if you're not completely spending on those dollars. I'm not really opening the can of worms to asking where that money is going or what's happening there yet. My question is though, per year, the salary schedule and the fringe benefit rate and how we calculate how much money we budget for personnel, the question is, what about the GWA? If we're setting aside money for the GWA on an annual basis, then are we paying, what is the goal with that? I haven't heard a vision from the Division of Human Resources, Department of Personnel Management, on where we're going with employee salaries.
Okay.
So I think this year we can, the committee may entertain what can hold us through this coming year, but there needs to be, there's just too much money that's sitting there. There's just too much money that you're asking for the employees that you don't know how much you're asking for. You know, you just think, I'm asking for millions and millions of dollars, but we don't have the pay study, we don't have, example how the general wage adjustment is taking away from that, we don't know, you know, this committee here, we're trying to pay our employees as much as, to get them up to where they should be, but we don't know, like, how your data matches with what's happening right now.
Okay. So I can definitely help clarify. Unfortunately, it's not going to be a clear answer. There's a lot of scenarios that can come in play. The first suggestion that I know we had developed was thinking about just bringing up the minimum wage. Once we bring up the minimum wage, that's going to, of course, create a compression for other individuals, but then how do we compensate for that? So, but then again, once we do that, the other individuals that are up a little bit higher on the pay scale it wouldn't be fair to them because they want to be at market still. And so do we consider a GWA for them, for the ones that are not adjusted? Second is once we were to accomplish that, would go into bringing everybody up to market value. And essentially, once we bring everybody up to market value, we don't feel the need for a GWA because everybody will be at market value, and then that will change on a, of course, yearly or on a yearly basis. If the data changes, that's where we're going to adjust for that. So, so there's that scenario, and so with the money that's in the 118015 account, that money, yes, was granted to us at the beginning of the fiscal year 2024, but there were no procedures in place, and there wasn't really a clear idea of how we were going to proceed through with that. So that account really wasn't being utilized really until just August of last year. So my research shows that that's why it has a low expenditure rate, because we really weren't utilizing that account because we didn't know what procedures were in place to be able to utilize that account. So that's why we had that low expenditure rate. This year, though, we already are using that account now quite a bit. So we are looking at transferring the money that is set aside for judicial and transferring that over to them so they can utilize that money. And then so that way we don't hold that responsibility of processing their paperwork. They'll have that money in their account, and then they can process their step increases, merit pay bonuses, and other bonuses respectively within their personnel office. So whatever remaining amount for ours, though, whatever we're going to be left with, we'll be at about 30% spent already now. So we'll probably be able to get to 90% of expending that money this year. Initially, that money I was informed, was never said to be a fixed cost. It was something that we kind of didn't know if it was going to go away. We had the assumption that it could be taken away anytime. We didn't know if it was going to always be something guaranteed, because before this, yes, it was a personal lapse fund.
I'm talking about the case and pay study.
Okay, so the pay study, that would be, they have a meeting with REDW, and they're getting more information on that. So, but yes, with the pay study, we are looking to implement the minimum wage, at least for that portion. We would like to have that done for this fiscal budget. So
do you have that on the amendments here?
On here, no, not for the amendments, no. So that would probably be another week before we can add in those amendments, because we still need clarification from REDW on exactly how that's going to affect. So we will need another week on that portion to add those in.
Alva, do they need their amendments in this in?
If they have it ready, that would be good to put it in there, so at least that when it gets rolled out, people understand where that funding's coming from. Yeah.
Delegate Begay?
Thank you, Chair. Work session here, we're talking about minimum wages. So when you talk about 3 states, Mexico, Arizona, and Utah, which one are you going with?
The pay study did recommend being competitive with Arizona. So it was going to
the middle one then.
The minimum, we had $14 and, excuse me, it might be a little off, but $14.30, I believe it was. I have to double check my notes.
$14.85.
But yes, it was in the $14 range.
$14.85.
$14.85.
So that's the middle one. Mexico's the lowest, I think.
Mexico is lower, yeah.
Okay, well,
Shadeja, this is Delegate Cardi with a question
I'll
or
go to Chair.
recommendation.
Yeah, we'll go to Chair Amber Canessa Crotty.
Okay, thank you, Shadeja, colleagues. Could I just ask that this update be in a memo form, a summary, just to keep the division accountable? There's still many areas that the division has not provided like a substantial improvement in how we're moving forward with the PACE study. And in reviewing a lot of the memos that are coming out of the office of the president and vice president, it just appears that office continues to want to put the blame on the budget and finance committee when the reality is these executive divisions and programs are not completing their tasks. So if I could just have that as maybe I just want to say like a progress report. I'm not interested in telling the divisions how to do their job. I think that's an executive function, and we'll just let the people and communities know that they're not ready for this salary increase, although the committee, including myself, I'm ready to budget those salary increases, and we'll continue to wait on the division. We had this discussion, I think, back in January, and so 3 months later, I just feel like we're in the same space. So I just like that request, and I appreciate my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Amber Canessa Crotty. Not only were we in the same position at the last budget for FY25, but we were in this position for FY24 when they said that they were ready to implement the minimum wage. So, again, to Mr. Claw, Mr. Tahi here is going to write that request from the committee to you, Mr. Claw, so that the Division of Personnel Management, Division of Human Resources responds back to the committee with a written response on where you are, where the project is. And at this time, Ms. Elba-Tom, we're just going to proceed with the salary information as we have it, because the division director has been a part of these meetings since the beginning. And if she's never written us a response or communicated that to you, then I don't know why we're trying to shove it in there at the last minute. And it's not good practice, not good for the Navajo Nation employees. You know, you're just keeping them on the hook, saying we're going to raise the salaries this year, maybe next year, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. But we have to make sure that we have that written response back from the division. Thank you. All right, Ms. Elba-Tom, can we proceed with the BIM red line?
So the next one we have is, under section 9, for the OOC rates. I did, get rates from Office of Controller, and so section 9, there's just, no changes. We go through A,
Sorry,
B.
Ms. Elba-Tom, sorry, let me pause really fast.
Okay.
We do have a member of HESI on the call. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, do you have any comments to the discussion so far?
So just a couple of things. We've questioned also the similar concerns that have been addressed. The committee has the program has been relying on their updated software, and then being able to jumpstart the salary study, because we understand that there's a lot of positions that are not up to par within some of the state, even the respective state wages. And so what was presented was quite similar to what the committee has been receiving. And part of that, we have not had HR before us in, I think, maybe a couple of months, I want to say. But that's something that has been shared and expressed to the committee at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Great. I'm glad that you're on the call. So at this time, at least in the budget for FY26, it doesn't sound like that's ready yet, and you probably know more of the details than we do. We do appreciate your oversight and leadership over the Division of Human Resources, but we'll continue to work with you and keep the Health, Education, Human Services Committee apprised. All right, Ms. Elba-Tom, floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Chair Parrish and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. For Section 9, for budgeting operating expenses, I did work with, Robert Willie in his shop, and, just gonna kind of highlight the sections. A, like telecommunication rates, there was no changes there. And then going on to B, for budgeting insurance expenses, no changes there on language. And then going on to C, for travel policy and rates for reimbursement, Robert Willie said there's no changes there. And then under D, fleet management user rates, the language, just a date change, but the actual rate is a part of the appendix. So there's no changes there. And then going on to records management duplicating rate, the same situation, the rates are under the appendix and those that get updated. And under F, air transportation rates, is still the same, so no changes there. And then going on to section 10, preparing chapter budgets for the comprehensive budget. I understand from our last work session, Mr. Charlie had indicated that there's no changes there, that it's still the same? Okay. And then we moved on to section 11, and this is with grants. And I know those are huge, major changes, and I probably have to defer to Mr. Melrodas. I know he had a lot of language working with our Erie at OMB. So I don't know what language they came to finalize, I guess, yeah.
Okay, so OMB's plan is to implement their Erie system in this language right now.
This part is the one that Erie, she's our IT person, and she works with the grants on the external.
Oh, so
yeah,
we'll
work with her.
Erie
Yeah,
directly.
work with Erie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I know they were going back and forth on an email saying that they want this language, and I don't know if they come to a compromise on which one they're gonna, which language they're going with. Yeah.
Okay, I know, we'll go to Mr. Rodas to begin his presentation on section 11.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Again, this is Mel Rodas from DOJ. In advance of the March 24th meeting, I had drafted an amendment to section 11, and the concept was to kind of front load the process with the grant application and review, so that when it came time to do the agreement, it would be faster. Because the observation of delegates, and specifically Honorable Chair Crotty, was the process to get a grant agreement process takes too long. And so I was trying to simplify that. I didn't present my edits on the 24th because Controller made a really good suggestion, which was, let's have an easier process for Navajo Nation enterprises and entities such as Diné College and NTU and enterprises versus private entities that were not established by the Navajo Nation government. And I thought that made a lot of sense. So I went back to the drawing board and I created different requirements, and it's so to make it easier for the nation's own entities. I also eliminated some of the exhibits to the grant agreement, and I'm proposing some changes to the review process. So initially, I was proposing that OMB would review first, and then the responsible division would review after OMB. But in having in-depth conversations with Ms. Erie Sosi, it became clear that OMB's position is that the responsible division really needs to take the lead on guiding the grant applicant and doing that preliminary review of the grant application. So I eliminated the first review by OMB, and I'm just having the review by the responsible division. And then OMB comes in at the stage of the 164 review. So let me see here. Sorry, are there any questions so far, Madam Chair?
We'll go to Ms. Lowell.
Thank you, Chair. Mel, this is Kristen. I was wondering, so in the sense, again, I'm thinking as a legislative drafter. A lot of times what will happen is at the Office of Legislative Counsel, we'll get a request directly from a delegate, and there may be a budget, there may not be a budget, but sometimes what happens is a budget is prepared for a supplemental appropriation, and it's for an outside entity, so non-Navajo entity, non-Navajo government entity, and we'll have to go back to our client, who is the delegate, and ask the delegate to secure the grant application. So I just want to clarify, we're talking about those types of grant applications, right? The supplemental funding style, or the ones that Dene College and NTU get through the comprehensive budget. Sometimes the programs have absolutely no idea what's going on because they technically haven't initiated it. So I wonder what the escape hatch provision is going to be in that instance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rodas.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Kristen, for that question. That's a great observation, that if the responsible division that's going to have administrative oversight of the grant doesn't know that this outside entity is seeking a grant because the entity has gone straight to the delegate and the delegate has gone straight to OLC, it creates a problem further down the line. After the funds have been appropriated, there's no action by the responsible entity. If the legislation even assigned a responsible entity, is a responsible division. So we're trying to eliminate that issue by making the grant application mandatory prior to the legislative process. So, and the suggestion is that the responsible division that's going to have oversight over the grant has to review the grant application before it goes to the legislative process.
Mr. Rodas, so that gives a lot more division say, because if the council delegate's primary job is to appropriate dollars, and the council delegate is to lead a legislation through the council, that is their job, to appropriate those dollars. And so you're putting a lot of emphasis on the process, on the administrative process, and it seems burdensome. So I know that you talked to Office of the Controller, and I believe the Office of the Controller was here, or Sean's here. He articulated at our last meeting is that he's trying to reduce the process. But before we get into further comments from the Controller or Mr. Rodas, I don't know if my colleagues have further questions to what is being discussed at this point. Honorable Dr. Indy Nez, we saw your hand raised, but was that for another issue?
No, it's actually on this current issue. So thank you for the time. So I have two questions on the proposed amendment here. So how does this differ from what is currently taking place? Because I can think of an external entity where, for example, we give funds to Navajo Preparatory School, which is adopted through Navajo Nation resolution, as opposed to, let's say, a 501c3, where they also were recipients of ARPA funds. And both grant agreements I know are different, but is there perhaps a more simpler or template or something that can be adopted where both entities wouldn't necessarily have to jump through too many hoops. I guess I'm just thinking about the credibility and the existence of these external entities. And I know they vary, but using the examples I have where one is adopted by Navajo Nation and then another is maybe a nonprofit. So if you can just provide some clarity or recommendations there. Thank you.
All right, we'll go back to Mr. Rodas to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll respond to both questions first, your comment, Madam Chair, about process, and then secondly, from Honorable Dr. Nez. So, in response to your question or your comment, Madam Chair, scrolling down to letter D, submission of grant application in the legislative process, number 3, that already called for the requirement that the completed and signed grant application be provided to OLC before OLC can draft the legislation, and that the grant application should be affixed to the legislation. So you can see that there's still some black font there, and the black font is the original. So I was just trying to clarify with some additional language that, and Ms. Lowell picked up on this, that in addition to the grant application, I added budget forms and attached supporting documents, and that the legislation shall explicitly identify the responsible division. So, and the reason for that is by including that in the legislation, we're not going to be able to still after the funding has been appropriated, where it would be unclear who the responsible division is in some instances, or in other instances, the responsible division is identified, but there's no grant application. So, you know, there's this long delay in getting the agreement processed because of the legal deficiency that came before. So I'm just trying to eliminate that. In terms of Honorable Dr. Nez's question about external entities versus entities that have been established by the Navajo Nation, and what is the process and how can we make it easier? One suggestion that Ms. Sosi made, which I thought was really good, is that OMB can provide a packet to all applicants who are seeking a Navajo Nation grant that has a copy of, it would have a flow chart, it would have an explanation of the process, it would have a grant application form and the model forms that are needed to be attached. And then when when entities come seeking technical assistance, they're given, OMB can provide this packet and can refer them to the responsible division that they need to work with. And OMB would also provide that packet to the responsible division as well. And then the responsible division would walk the applicant through the process, help them to fill out the application, review their attachments to make sure that they're all complete, so that that entity isn't just on their own trying to figure things out on their own. So there's greater technical assistance. And then again, OMB is going to review at the 164 level. So it's going to, the focus is going to be the division helping the applicant through getting everything together. Then the division signs off, and then it goes through the 164 and OMB reviews at that stage. And also, I'm sorry, just to supplement my response, also there are going to be my proposal is that there would be fewer attached supporting documents from an entity that was established by the Navajo Nation.
Thank you, Mr. Otis, for your explanation. Again, these are proposed amendments. However, the process, is being discussed now. I don't know if it's the direction we'll move forward to, but we'll hear everyone's questions and comments today. So, Ms. Lowell?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mel. I think it's aspirational to want the responsible division to be involved, and I can appreciate the need to streamline the process after the legislation is passed, and that there would be difficulty getting the grant agreements processed after the legislation is done. One thing I'm wondering about is sometimes the timeline of the council delegate is not the same as the responsible division. So a lot of times what happens is, from a drafting perspective, is I would inform the delegate because, as you said, the legislation can't be drafted without the grant application. So I would inform the delegate that it's required to have the grant application. Sometimes that conversation doesn't always go terribly well, but the point is the delegate, it doesn't always go back to the requesting entity to get them to fill it out. Sometimes based on, like I said, the time frames involved, the person filling out might be Mr. Rodenhorst, who is seated across from me, working at the Speaker's office, because a delegate may come into the Speaker's office requesting help from one of the executive assistants, or someone in the council delegate's office might be preparing it. So I don't know that we are exactly going to be able to do that because, like I said, the delegate timeline is often different than, say, the division. If the division is involved at the outset, that would be one thing. And I hate to be the naysayer because I know you guys have done a tremendous amount of work on this and that you are brainstorming to try to streamline the process and also save time at the back end. I just wanted to bring up some practical considerations that you all may not have thought of. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. Does anyone else, members from, let's see. We have a hand raised from OMB, Mr. Sosi.
Oh, Miss Sosi. This is Erie.
Oh, sorry.
This is Erie Sosi
Hi,
with
Erie.
the Office of Management and Budget. I just wanted to kind of give you guys a history of everything. I can understand why there's a lot of concern about the timelines and even the organization of how these grant agreements came into place and how we ended up in that situation with Dene College and NTU not getting paid out. So this packet that Mr. Rodas was talking about is a packet that I put together based on all the grant agreements that came to OMB. The listing had there's a checklist that's involved in that, and then I put it all together. And the first viewer that looked over it was Kristen, and then from there now it's Mel. So what I wanted to let you know is based on working with Dodie, what it really helped her with this packet, because there's the grant agreements there, the checklist is there. We even compiled a 1 year and a multi-year grant agreement, like a template for it. We also included all the forms, and then to help explain how the process goes, we also developed a flow chart. So the past grant agreements that went through for Dene College and NTU went was processed faster. It's just how whoever's sponsoring it, whichever division, which in this case it was Dodie Alicia Davis, she's the one that went in and she had to actually go to each department to make sure to push that 164. So that's kind of where it's at now. So it's gotten a lot better. And the write-up that I was looking at with Mel, that one it cuts the paperwork shorter, but it still it won't cut the time frame of getting the 164 process. That one actually requires legwork. So right now, NTU and Diné College, I already informed them that they need to start working on the next 4 years of multi-year contract for whoever they're overseeing, which is NTU, Diné College, and what was the one that Mr. Ned mentioned?
Scholarship.
Yeah, scholarship. No, the scholarship plus there's another one.
Neville Prep.
Neville Prep. That one's come around. And then there's other, I know that there's other grantees that have come to OMB and they're trying to bypass us. And I don't know where, but they still had to come in and submit their 164 to us. And then I just kind of went through I had to go through that checklist and tell them to fill out these forms. So I don't know who is guiding the individuals, the grantees, but if we can conform to some sort of flow chart or something where everybody is on the same page, then it would really benefit not only OMB, not only legislative, but also the entity themselves and OOC, because there was a lot of, when we were putting together that flow chart, Valerie from OOC is the one that had to step in and tell me what was going on with these grants, of why they weren't getting processed right away. So we kind of worked through that through last year's BIM, and especially requiring, instead of recreating a whole 164 process, they required a, what is that letter, the obligation letter, to where they don't need to do the entire grant application again. So a lot of it's been resolved now. Now we're just kind of following through on it. And because last year was the last year for that grant. 26 is gonna be the new one, the new year, 26, 27, 28, and 29. So I just wanted to give you guys an update of what all transpired and where the history of this came from and where we're at now. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Erie. I think the way that Kristen and I are over here chatting, but I agree with the sentiment that Ms. Kristen Lowell is pointing out, is that there should be two different processes, right? Because you have a set aside for the annual budget, and then also you have delegates who ask for supplemental grant agreements throughout the year, who are external entities sometimes. So I don't know what OMB thinks, if that should be a separate process, or if you're all in agreement at the Office of Management to mash it all into one regulation. But I'll go to Ms. Kristen Lowell to kind of elaborate on that.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, what I had kind of sketched out here was that we're talking about grants. Those are for entities that are external to the Navajo Nation, but some of those are recurring that occur in the comprehensive budget, and those are Diné College, NTU, Navajo Prep, and those are grants that are done annually, and so we have a history with them. In fact, these entities are akin to enterprises. They're creations of the Navajo Nation government, even though they are not the Navajo Nation government at this time per se. And then we have other entities, like the only thing I can think of off the top of my head was this organization, Taos Tahachi Area something services. And the Navajo Nation did a UUFB supplemental appropriation. It was a one-time deal, and we basically bought cars for this organization. And so that's where I'm thinking if we could have two different processes, because, you know, Diné College, NTU, Navajo Prep, they're known entities to us. It's the same thing year after year, whereas we have these other ones where it's a little bit different. So that is just one thought that I did have, Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Lowell. And then where would that process, would your advisement to the committee, would that process happen in BIM so that those entities that are receiving funds on an annual basis, would that be in the BIM that would, I don't know if it would not require them to do a grant agreement annually or every 4 or 5 years? Is that your recommendation, or do we have to amend the code to do that? Because I think it's a regulation.
Okay, Chair. Mr. Fial has something to say. So all I want to say before I turn the floor over is the checklist that Erie was talking about. I don't think that's in the BIM, but I could look right now. I think it could be handled through the BIM. I don't think it needs to be handled through the statute, Chair.
All right, Mr. Fial?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, and everybody that is with us on hand or listening in. Some additional background to all of this, first of all, is prior to the development and approval of the Appropriations Act in 2000, there was really very little rules about tribal grants, in particular Diné College and Navajo Tech, which are the primary grants. So, as someone implied, things were a lot more loose, meaning there wasn't rules and a lot of guidance to go by. And so, even going back before that, before Title II was amended, and we were governed by a Navajo Tribal Council chairman and 88 delegates, it was pretty much open to what anybody wanted to propose right off the floor. And so one year, I recall, it was in the 1990s, the then BNF wanted to fund a lot of these small fairs, rodeos, powwows, and things like that, just to address to some of the requests from constituency groups. And that was done. And it turns out that wasn't a good thing to do, because some of these, like chapter-based or family-based organizations, like, let me just throw out a wild example. The Sagebrush Rodeo, there's no such thing, so it's just a fictitious thing. They don't have a management board. They don't have, like any staff capability, like accountants or auditors or anything. Really, it's just a family and their friends. They always, summertime, let's have a rodeo. We'll charge them, a fee and all that. This isn't a professional rodeo, so it's just community-based. I remember a time when I was much younger, back in high school even, my father is from Lake Valley chapter. The Eastern Agency knows this. And that's what it was held. It was just like a community-based rodeo in that case. And I was even the timer. They gave me the time clock. So it kept, and I tried to do a good job, but anyway, it was like that. My point is that afterwards, complaints and concerns started to come from other community members and even the chapters. The Navajo government, you funded the Sagebrush Rodeo, again, a fictitious rodeo. There's no such group. All they did, they had rodeo. They charged an admission fee, but they won't report to the chapter or anybody how much revenue they generated and what they did with it. So the allegations included things like, they ordered and received like 75 bales of hay and feed, like for the partly for the rodeo livestock. But the allegations were, again, it's just the family and friends all brought their trucks and got their share of it. So there was no accountability. And there was no accountability about these, what they did with the money. In fact, was it used for the rodeo, or for other again related things? So based on that, particularly in the Appropriations Act of 2000, that's where it gets a lot more specific. So in the current Appropriations Act, Section 820D is the language in the code, in the law, that speaks about Navajo Nation grants. In number 1, the program receiving the grant shall have an approved plan of operation. So that was intended to, at least that group, whoever's sponsoring that rodeo, powwow, dance, whatever the celebration is a bona fide, genuine organization. It would be subject to further accountability, audits, and so on and so forth.
A20P.
And number 2, the budget request shall be a part of a recommended division or branch budget. So that's where that part comes in, where the divisions and branches become involved. Because the branches and divisions, the majority of them, particularly the division, already administer grants. And they administer those grants based on the funding source. For example, if it's the federal external funds or state funds, they have to follow the OMB circulars and other lawful requirements per the grant agreement. And thirdly, the respective oversight committee for the division or branch shall have made an affirmative recommendation on the request. So that particular paragraph in the Appropriations Act came from that experience. So what I'm saying is that that's why the impetus now, and in fact we tried to do it earlier, is have the divisions be the ones to pick it up. The divisions who deal in that area. For example, if it's rodeos and fairs, that would be DNR. If it's the colleges, that would be the Division of Education, and so forth. Another reason related to that is for a lot of these years, once the appropriation was made, then OMB was given the responsibility indirectly, meaning it wasn't in writing, but we were just told, can you work with this entity and whoever would be involved in the division to help them get started on the paperwork and whatever they need to do to consummate the grant agreement, start the funding, and so on. So we did that for quite a number of years. And so the primary person in our office was our ASO, Administrative Service Officer, who did all that. And speaking about education, just what you're talking about now, NTU and Dene College in particular, there used to be a gentleman, also ASO at Division of Dene Education, who also did that. And he did pretty well, quite well. But he retired. Our ASO retired. And so Ms. Sosi, who you just heard from my office, became the acting ASO for a period. That's how she is aware and familiar with some of this. But what we're wanting to do is follow the Appropriations Act, where the division picks up that responsibility. And like some of you are saying, some divisions aren't very receptive to doing that, because they feel like, well, this particular grant entity, they're not under our jurisdiction and control. We can't tell them what to do. They have their own management board. You know, they're a separate nonprofit corporation or whatever it might be. So they didn't want to do it. They don't want to take up that responsibility. I remember one year when the grant agreement was being processed, one of the grants, the respective division, this is one of the health department grants, the division director at the time refused to sign it. So he didn't want to take up that responsibility, saying that's beyond us, it's not in our scope of work, we don't have the staffing, you know, the usual statements or excuses to that effect. So up to now, that's why there's some stringency in this. And Mr. Rodas is trying to make it a bit smoother, as he explained. The set-aside grant, as you all remember or know, the revenue projection issued by the controller has a number of set-asides. One of them is for higher education. That includes Navajo Tech and Dene College. So they were, because it was general fund, see the set-asides, most of them are general fund, including these two. So they were given a one account number. So annually, every year, they would be subject to the closeout. Whatever they didn't expend during that particular fiscal year or grant year, they would be subject to not receiving their final allocations of unexpended money. They had to follow that procedure the same as any regular program. But recently, about 3 years ago, now that changed. And kudos for that to the who is now the assistant controller, Mr. Willie. And he said that, these are set aside, they're funded automatically. So they shouldn't have to go through the annual reapplication process, getting the articles of incorporation, the bylaws from the board of regents, and, the full-fledged application requirement. There was another one coming out of Chin-Lee. It's a more recent one. The Navajo Warriors Home, the Chin-Lee, I forget what it's called now. Anyway, it's the nursing home. It's been there.
Dr. Guy Gorman Nursing Home.
What?
Dr. Guy.
Dr.
Okay,
Guy
anyway.
Gorman Nursing Home.
Okay. So they went to council directly. They didn't go through the division or OMB or anyone else. Went straight to division and to council, and it got funded. And we had the hardest time trying to get all these portions of the grant agreement, again, the bylaws, the incorporation papers, and their audits, if there was any, and so on and so forth, because they were resistant. They said the council approved it. President signed it. Hurry, give me the money. What are you waiting for? And eventually it even turned into one day when the grant agreement was finally executed. It took several months to even do that. They didn't apparently have the capability on staff for preparing their financial reports and submitting their invoices and claims to the Navajo Nation so that they demonstrate how they spent their money, and based on that, the controller's office could issue the next round of checks, the drawdown for the second quarter, or anyway, it was done on a quarterly basis. So one day, the then director, I remember, came into our office and said, OMB, it's your job. You do it. It's not our job to do their accounting and reporting. So finally, he brought in a cardboard box full of papers. Here it is. Bahi was our ASO. You do it. You do the reports and give it to OOC so we can finally get our check. That's how. Those are examples I'm just giving you about how some of these things work. But fortunately, back to the now assistant controller, he advised that why don't we get away from doing this one account, because it's funded by set aside annually anyway by law. So the decision was made to make 4-year, multi-year grants. So it just requires one formal grant application. And then they were given N accounts. Those are open-end accounts. So they don't lose the money either. They don't spend all of it in a given year. They have that flexibility now. So, members of the committee, I just wanted to explain that. I realize some of you are new to this. And so that's where we're coming from. OMB, Mr. Rodis recently, and even some of his predecessors that were there at DOJ. Madam Chair, that's my additional information on this subject. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vial. I think it's great that there's language here to consider consider for clarification, but I think the challenge is whether to have the application before or after legislation. And I say that because as a council delegate, when we're considering supplemental appropriations, we don't have a team of staff with us that's going to coordinate discussions on and coordinate budgets and trying to get that prepared, especially if it's an emergency legislation and a building's on fire or there's a drought or there's a wildfire. When are we going to get a plan of operation in those cases that we need a plan of operation? So sometimes I think that the language here, it doesn't fit every circumstance. It doesn't, and it's trying to. That's the thing, is that there's no, if it's this type of grant, go do this. If it's this type of grant, go do this. Or if it's this type of grant, go do this. I'm not saying eliminate the process, but I'm saying that per the circumstances that there has to be a different set of processes. So I don't know if my colleagues have more questions to the proposed language at this point. I know Ms. Lowell has some comments as well.
Sure. Thank you. Wondering if, as part of the grant application in the BIM, is if maybe we could try to get a few things up front. So all it says, this is how I'm not talking about. Okay,
Rodney, could you scroll up to the page that she's on?
Oh, okay. I'm on page 70 in the BIM. It's Appendix F grant application, and I'm not sure what it is if you're in the red line copy. But so we're looking at a couple things here. The grant application is really bare bones. It just says, describe the entity or organization requesting the grant. So maybe they have to show some kind of documentation that there's something more than the, what did you call it, the Sagebrush Rodeo Association. So you're, distinguishing yourself from something like that as an entity. And then, okay, if you go all the way to the bottom, you'll see Navajo Nation branch or division through which the request will be processed. And then you put, okay, so if it's something to do with roads, and something to do with the rodeo, just lost my head what they're called, natural resources. And I've always construed that as applying with number 820P, is it 2 or 3? And then the third requirement in the Appropriations Act is actually, affirmative statement from the Oversight Committee. I've always construed that as how we go through the legislative process, how it goes to Oversight first. I've always construed a positive vote, like they're not saying no to it, as an affirmative statement, because to me, an approval vote, do pass vote, is an affirmative statement from Oversight. So obviously OMB could be thinking of this in a different fashion, but maybe we treat the grant application as like, what's the minimum council needs to know in the legislation to be sure that this is not some fly-by-night entity that's going to misuse or mismanage funds. And I don't know if, I don't know what to say about the division director refusing to sign a grant agreement. I didn't know that was an option. Chair.
Thank you. I do see we have OMB's hand raised. I just wanted to check in with members of the 25th Council if they have any questions at this point, and then we'll go to Ms. Sophie. Not yet? All right, more information's coming in. All right, we'll go to Ms. Sophie.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to, when Mr. Bial was talking about all the grant agreements that came into place, I just wanted to kind of give you some names so you guys can understand where this grant application, the language, where it came from. There's Lechi Vocational Tech, there's Deneb Olcott, Kayenta Mission Township, Diné College, Phoenix Indian Center, Albuquerque Diné chapter. I didn't even know there were one. There was one. Rehoboth Christian School, Diné Power Authority, Little Folks Daycare, Lower Greece and Community Agriculture, Native American for Community Action, Missing Murdered Women, Warriors Home. So that's just to give you examples of the types of grant agreements that I found. That's not all of them, but that's just some of them. So that's kind of where this grant application and what Christian was talking about, where you guys would, to make sure that it was legitimate, that's where this nomination grant application that's on the screen, that is what's why it's there to help with explanation. That's all. Thank you.
All right, okay, I know, Mr. Dial and also Ms. Tom are here listening to the discussion, but do you all have further recommendations? Potentially to inform, the oversight committees to update your forms? That could be another option too. While you're looking over that, I'll go to Delegate Shirley Massey.
Thank you, everybody. I'm looking at the page 70, and I think it's on your screen. And I've written grants for a lot of my, professional career, and this is the easiest grant application I've ever seen. There's no direction on here of like what you do first. If a division director refuses to sign, what you do next. There's not anything that has like your timelines or what would be expected after the grant is completed. To me, this would be like, I would fill this out and I get the money and no accountability to me. So this is concerning. And I do appreciate that we're hearing that, we do have money and opportunities to, give money to different entities and not just our Navajo Nation ones, but I really do think it's important to think about like our nonprofits, because a lot of them are at the ground level. They're back at home actually doing a lot of the work, and to me, I feel like they're the most closest to our community and the work that they do. Not that I'm saying up here at Window Rock, it's not. Your work here is different, but I feel like, if there's a way to help those entities, but making sure that, everybody's accountable. Even the Sagebrush Rodeo is accountable to the Navajo Nation. And I'm also hearing that maybe there has to be two separate processes, maybe, as we move forward. I don't know, because the other thing is I want to make sure I address is, I know there's, in here, chapters can receive money. And in terms of grants, but I guess there's also two separate things. A chapter can apply for a grant and use the Navajo Nation as use their, I guess you could say like their EIN number, and that requires separate accountability. And I feel like even with the ARPA legislation that we received the money, and it seemed like we hadn't really done a full review of what was expected under the federal government's requirement. And so if you're applying for a grant, you're still under somebody's umbrella. It's how I would think about this, or how I would view it is I still have to be accountable to this funding. So if I wanted to move something in my project because something changed, I would still need to know a process of like, okay, I no longer need this funding here. Can I move it over here, and what would be allowable? So to me, this really needs to have defined what would be allowable and unallowable. And there's not anything, like if you go on the next page, doesn't really tell you anything here. So I'm listening to this, and maybe it requires more discussion in terms of like what the findings are. Since OMB, you brought up a lot of the times individuals or entities came to you and expected you to do this. I don't know if you have some kind of report that would show us, what might be possible. And I don't know, there's just a lot of unknowns that I can see here for now. But thank you for all your information. It's very valuable for me to know. But that's all I have right here. Thank you.
All right, thank Thank you. I just want to say that in this stage of where the legislation is that, my recommendation is that OMB goes back and takes a look at this to refine this a little bit more. And I say this because, I know my colleagues, especially Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, has advocated for the entities that, receive annual funding. And if there's a way to differentiate that, and I agree with what Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie is saying, is that if you're just giving them a piece of paper, it's a worksheet. It's not, how is it an application if it doesn't show the expectations of the application on both sides of OMB and then also the recipient? And then I think to what Ms. Doty is also saying about the directive for the flow chart, if there's no flow chart, and you know, Mr. Bial, if you're not having your programs create a flow chart for the process, then how is this education getting out to the division? You're saying OMB doesn't want to do the work. Okay, I hear you. I hear that you don't want to process the application. All right, but OMB also needs to share the information and education on how this process works. OMB needs to create the time frame, the expectations, the timeline. Erie, Ms. Sophie here, needs to put her wish list together and say, this is exactly what color font I want everything in. I want it this way, so when I process it and it goes through the 164 process, it's seamless. So OMB needs to get together and say, this is what we expect, this is what we want, and this is when we want it. Because if you're putting that expectation on the division at any point, and no matter what you want it to give that responsibility back to them, they need to know, like a cookie cutter process. Because you're gonna have turnover every single year. You're gonna have somebody leaving, you're gonna have somebody transferring, you're gonna have people going to OOC. I don't know what's gonna happen, but we need better communication. So I do see Ms. Sosie's hand raised. Ms. Sosie?
Thank you for your words, Chair Parrish. Mel, are you able to bring up that, my email that I sent you so I could explain when the programs or when the divisions or the entity, when they contact me, I usually refer them out to the right division to who to work with. So what I do is I have like a 6-file email that I send the entity, and I also send it to the division. So what that entails, it entails this grant application, and it entails like if there's a modification that they're requesting for everything that's listed on inside the grant application area of the BIM, what we were reviewing. And then at the end, you know, I go through the flow chart with them. I tell them, this is what you need, this is how it's going to get processed. But the only thing about it is that flow chart is not included inside the BIM.
Okay.
But it does exist. It does exist. And then that's how that missing murdered women, that's how they were able to process their grant agreement quickly, as well as the Ed College and NTUs. I just give them that. I just send that email to them, and I just tell them, here's what you need. And then once you get the funding here, every quarter, you're going to just do your quarterly report and then your request for reimbursement. And then we just send it we bring it back to, the program gets it, they fill out a receiving report, then they get the payout. It's a lot quicker now. But that I suggested that we put that flow chart into the BIM. I was talking about that with Mel, but I don't know if we should or not. That's really, I mean, it would be beneficial for everyone, but then again, it just seems like it was only to those that were part of the set aside for education that we were really mainly working with. But the other divisions, they didn't really have a problem. They actually, it really helped them knowing what they needed, especially with that checklist, because they didn't know what else. They weren't asking what else I need. That everything was already listed on the checklist, and I just kind of guided them and told them, this is what you need, and they were processed right away. That's from the checklist, just from the past year, because last year was the first time we used it. And then this is the second.
Okay,
That's
thank you, Ms. Sosi. I think, I'm gonna sponsor the BIM, so I'm gonna request that those exhibits be a part of the BIM. And the reason why is because when outside entities, like, I don't know which council delegate, or even, I don't know what the president or the vice president, and I say this because in the past two budgets that I've been a part of, we've had, a few grant recipients from the annual budget. And those grant recipients didn't know the process, and they had to go to OMB or they had to be coached by the division. See, when our people need help, and if our services and programs within the Navajo Nation government are not giving them those services, but there are other entities that are providing those services to Navajo people. For instance, like at Navajo Utah Health Services, when those entities that are not part of the government, but they're giving services to Navajo people, and they're requesting, or they're working with or they're working with somebody in the government to expand the services for the nation, then they need to know the process too. We need to be transparent too. You know, if they're going to be transparent, so does our government. We need to be transparent too. So we need to be transparent in the process, and if our process is lengthy, then we need that feedback too. So I do appreciate OMB stepping up to say, all right, we're going to create a checklist and a flow chart, but this year for the BIM, I'd like that a part of the BIM so that we can all see the process for the annual grants, but I also need a process for those one-time grants too. Oh, go ahead, Sean.
Thank you, Chair. I'd offer this as a suggestion. I think one thing I know the Office of the Controller is adamant on, we need to start modeling ourselves a lot more closely to how grants are done. I don't want to say federally, but my opinion is this: if it's a statutory set aside where the council has said every year this grant's going to be funded this amount of money, then that's what the federal government, you know, when they give out 638 money, it's basically on a formula. They just send it out. They don't ask you to. They send you an amendment. Basically, here's what you got this year. I believe we should treat statutory set-asides the same way, like education and other things. Then the federal government also issues what they call discretionary grants, where they give money to certain departments within the federal government. They can assign those grants if there's applicants and there's need. I think we should follow suit, Madam Chair. I think if the council has said every year this education effort is going to get $2 million for these areas, that should be like a one-time, maybe 4-year grant that maybe every 4 years we decide whether we're going to do it again or not. But if it's statutory set aside off the top, which it sounds like in this case, they don't have to keep going through this process. We just send them an amendment saying this year you get another 2.5. That's how federal government grants work. Then make them responsible for reporting, et cetera. With the other ones, where there's a grant application necessary, why don't we fund like a discretionary grant fund, and then someone decides who's going to apply for that money and how it's going to be funded. Because honestly, if we continue to put it in the hands of the divisions, it's going to get screwy all the time. Like that's just the way it is. I'm not blaming the divisions, but that's what history has told us so far. My suggestion might be we have the set-aside funds that are always funded by statutory set-aside. Those don't need much admin effort other than reporting. You just send them an amendment. This is what you get again this year based on the statutory set-aside. Then there's a discretionary grant fund that people will actually have to apply for. That fund will be decided and administered, and I think we just focus on reporting as accountability like we always do, or like we should be doing, I guess. Much the same way we did the ARPA SRA agreements, where really our job is to subrecipient monitor. We treat those the same way. Because what we see too is someone will say, Navajo Nation, here's $5,000. We want to support your fair, whatever, you know, just some random person who loves the fair. And we have to go through months and months of grant and expenditure plans for $5,000 that just send it to the fair office. I mean, that's what they wanted to do with it. Those types of things, I mean, this is why I think in my amendment suggestions, I said there should be some sort of materiality too. Like anything under 20, just, if they want it for the fair, send it to the fair. If it's a bigger grant, you know, or something where it could be a little more risky, then yeah, obviously let's scrutinize it a little more. But I come across these sometimes where I'm just like, man, I guess we just have to go get a grant. And it's pretty clear they just wanted to give some money to the fair or whatever the case, the basketball tournament or whatever. But we got to go through all of this stuff, man. And it's like, they just wanted, the basketball tournament happened 8 months ago, and we're still trying to figure out how to get it to the basketball tournament. So that, my suggestion, Madam Chair, with you guys, I can work with you on it, is for sure the statutory set-asides, we need to just give them the money. Send them an amendment every year like we would, like a federal government would do. Then the discretionary grants, we figure out a process, because I've had to deal with that NTU situation, and it's hard. It's like, well, I don't know, man. I guess they have to go through it again. But to me, it's committed. They already did it. Just send them the money. I don't understand why we're waiting. That would be my comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. McCabe. I have a question to either OLC or to Department of Justice. If the Office of Management and Budget has NTU, Gwinnett College, if they have those plans of operations or their bylaws on file, is there any requirement for them to process a 4 or 5 year grant or to renew their grant if we already have it on file?
Chair, I'm going to defer to DOJ for the current process, because it's changed from when I was, no, there's no requirement, but it's the internal process and interpretation has changed from when I was at DOJ. So I don't know what the current process is, and I'm also not sure it can't be streamlined further. So I'll give that to DOJ.
Mr. Rodas?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. So if it's a multi-year grant, there's no need for an amendment to the grant at this time. It's just a funding letter. So to answer your question, no, if it's a multi-year grant, they don't have to provide all of the supplemental documentation over again on an annual basis. It's just a letter.
So why do they have to apply for a grant if we're already appropriating it? Mr. Bial?
Madam Chair, I mentioned it in my overview, but I'll repeat it. For the statutory set-aside grant, in particular, and namely, NTU, Gwinnett College, and Navajo Prep, they currently have 4-year, multi-year grants.
Is that in the code, that they would have a 4-year grant?
No, it's not.
Okay, so that can be modified. So if we do a 15-year grant.
But what I'm saying is we're currently doing 4-year, multi-year grants. So every year they don't have to submit a comprehensive grant application. All they do, because it's for 4 years.
Yes, I understand that. Okay, what's the next part? Because I'm reading the code. My question is though, what all the grant application does is it sends OMB information. That's in the application, right? That's all it does. That this one process every 4 years that they do. What else does the application do? Besides it says it in the code.
Okay, when I notice some of you are using the term grant application. The application part is what Kristen was showing on the screen. In some respects, it's that simple. Mm-hmm. It's just that one pager. But once the council appropriates whatever the funding amount is going to be, then they have to do the formal grant agreement. The agreement is like a contract.
Why do they have to do a grant agreement? Like, what is the grant agreement is not in code, right?
No, it's not in the code, Chair, but the reason that you would do a grant agreement is because you're laying out the parameters of, what they're gonna use the money for. The issue, it's not so much the grant agreement, it's that the checklist that Ari was talking about, it's like A through, I don't know, Q or something. And that's where programs can stumble. And so I think what Ari was talking about, that flow chart she had, and why the Women's Shelter Domestic Violence Entity Organization was able to do it so quickly is because, you know, they just went through the checklist. And I think, picking up with what Delegate Yazzie was saying, we kind of set up false expectations because if you're a program or a delegate, you think, okay, we did this, we just need some legislation, we got the legislation, and then the executive branch is like, oh, okay, and by the way, here's A through whatever it is. And it can take months and months, and then, the division doesn't want to sign it or administer it. And so either put more stuff in the grant application at the front end that the program or entity can cobble together easily, or at least at an absolute minimum, foreshadow what they're going to need to do once the legislation is approved, so that people aren't shocked and thinking that they're going to get a check 2 weeks later from OOC.
Because we see all those 0% expenditures when, like the CHSN grant, like those CHSN
exactly.
recipients.
Same kind of idea.
Yeah. I'll go to Honorable Dr. Andinas.
Thank you for the information. So I think this is one of the areas, if not already, to kind of modify if needed regarding the allocation to grants. So the Danette Higher Education Grant, I did submit a legislation request to renew that. We sent in a draft, so it's pretty much spelled out, but it'll probably be coming before full council until summer session. But in that, I know it came up previously as like the forward funding, but when we talk about the grants, I think that's where the discussion I mentioned earlier about one, it's in legislation, so it should be automatic. Two, if it's already adopted by code, then it's like an extra obstacle, more obstacles for them to do, as opposed to somebody who's maybe applying for funds with the Navajo Nation that's an external entity. So if that can be considered, where it's much easier process for them, because I know the experience we have with the Net College, for example, reaching a max about $5-6 million, and they had to resort to their own funds because of this process that was lacking with our Navajo Nation's existing process at the time. So if that can have some significant consideration, that would be good. Thank you.
Go to Mr. McCabe, and then we'll go to Ms. Wolf.
And Chair, this is exactly why I bring this up, because when I first got here, one of the first things I had to try and solve was NTU and Dene College and the Phoenix Industry Center, who hadn't got their grant funded for like 3 years, and I couldn't figure out why. To the point, and maybe it's internal to OOC. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we just cut funds off for some reason. One way or the other, these types of grants in particular that have a statutory set aside should almost just be like every year we just mail out another check with a grant amendment. And I mean, I don't know. That's because that is one thing I had to solve right away is Phoenix Industry Center, Dene College, NTU calling and saying, we need $7 million that they already passed, but we haven't gotten our money yet. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out why. That's why I bring this up.
So what Dr. Nez is talking about is, okay, so we have that one threshold. 1 year, I can tell you what happened is, well, this is still when I was at DOJ. It came to me like the day before the cutoff for, and the controller's walking out. It came to me at DOJ like the day before the cutoff to get it into the system. So, I was able to review them, but I had to send it back because some of those documents were missing. So from what Mr. Bial is saying, we've at least eliminated that part of it for 4 years. The other component of it is the way the colleges get reimbursed is they expend their money, they send it over to Dodie, who is the administrator of the grant, and then Dodie checks all the receipts, makes sure that everything was spent in accordance with the grant agreement. And then from there, then the money gets sent back to the entity. So what Dr. Nez is suggesting is forward funding it. And that, I think, is an issue that OMB and OC need to discuss along with DOJ. And maybe it's not the full entire amount. Maybe it's a portion of it. Maybe it's forward funded in quarters. Controller McCabe, I was just talking about the forward funding versus reimbursement mechanism for approaching the grant funding. So I think that's like something the executive branch needs to deal with. Like, there doesn't need to be legislation saying, do this as forward funding. In fact, I think there shouldn't be legislation telling the executive branch how to administer the grants. I think the executive branch does need to come up with a way to get the money to the entities quicker, because I was just describing how it's a reimbursement basis, and then before the entity can get the money, then they have to expend money. They have to submit paperwork showing that they've expended the money. Dodie, the administrator of the grant, has to review and determine if everything was expended properly. And then they go to OMB, and then it goes to OC, something like that. So you can see the more people that get involved, there could be slowdown, somebody's on leave, the next thing you know, it's 3 or 4 months later, and they still haven't gotten any money. But that can be done purely through the executive branch, and maybe that's something that the Budget and Finance Committee takes on as one of its, not legislation, but I'll say tasks to facilitate and discuss how that can be implemented. Chair.
Okay. Chair stepped out of the room for a little bit. Thank you for the additional information. I see that Ms. O.C., your hand's up. You have the floor.
Hello again. I just wanted to make sure that we all understand what had happened with, when Sean got involved and Kristen got involved. And what happened during that year was, as Mr. Bial explained, that the previous ASO and the ASO over at Education, they both retired at the same time. And nobody knew what was going on with those grants and how to process them until, that's where I went in and didn't understand that there was no documentation whatsoever. There was nothing. So I didn't understand what was going on. So during that time, what had happened was the funds that were in those accounts, they ended up reverting to the UUFB. So during this time, that's when the previous ASO for Dodie also, they didn't know who to assign. So that's where Alicia Davis came into place. And so she's the main point of contact right now with Dodie, because she understands how we come up with this, trying to figure out how all these grants work and how, we had to basically do major research and getting all these grants out and seeing what's applied to the 1 year as opposed to the multi-year. And I just kind of looked through everything and then came up with that checklist, because all those grants that were in place before had them, and then or it lacked some of them. So that was just that checklist is just driven by that. So when Mr. McCabe got involved and Mr. Nez got involved was right when we were trying to get those funds back we're trying to get it back and give it back to Diné College and NTU. So then that's where Ms. Kristen also had to help with the language of those with those resolutions to receive to get those funding back. But since then, we've also learned that there was issues because when I spoke to Office of the Controller, Valerie Fertilli, when I talked with her, and she's the one that we kind of sat down together and we tried to work through how we're supposed to make this better. And that's where she says, well, we don't need you to every year to do a grant agreement. You already have a multi-year grant agreement in place. All we need is an obligation letter for that year. And then just we have the grant renewed every 4 years. And I said, okay, that sounds better because I don't want to have to redo these modifications and have to go 164, 164, 164, 164 every year. So that's where we just said, okay, that's where that language of the requesting for the obligation letter, or what's written inside the BIM, that language is the one that really helped us push a lot of the grants this year. This is the first year that we're actually, there's good positive results from those changes from last year. I think what we're talking about is what happened before those changes. So just to let you guys know, it is working. I think when in also changing the Diné College and NTU's account number to N accounts where it doesn't revert back to the UFB is also what is helping too. So those are the changes that happen over the course of when the Diné College and NTU weren't getting those funds, and Dr. Nez is the one that really helped us with the pushing that too.
All right, we're going back to Controller McCabe.
So Chair, I think what might need to happen in the BIM is that we make a definition that statutory set-aside situations like this don't revert to the UUFB, because when you have a 4-year grant situation and when we are slow on paperwork, that's when stuff will just get shut off in my office. To me, it only reverts after year 4, if any year. We shouldn't have to go through this process. And I do remember that now. The problem, and I started working with, I think it was Delegate Nez, to get a UUFB request to fund it. Just so that everyone understands mechanically from an accounting standpoint, and I know legal looks at it differently, but when you commit a fund balance, meaning that, and a commitment is defined as an internal restriction. Only the council can do that, because only the council can appropriate money. You commit money, that means it's there to be used and it never goes back to the UUFB. Citizen is a similar situation, where Citizen is a committed fund balance within the general fund. You can't go and that doesn't revert to UUFB. You keep it until it's spent, or there's a reversion in the separate contracts. So that's why I'm saying maybe we just need to define in the BIM that these statutory set-asides are committed fund balances that don't revert until the specific grant period is up. So 4 years, we should just be churning money, $8 million out per grant, with the reporting and everything, I get it. But then at the end of the year 4, that's when we say, okay, now you got to redo your grant. Let's redo it again, or a 15-year grant or whatever. But we have to be cognizant of what we're doing legislatively and how that translates to the financial statements. When you set aside funds internally as a council, you commit it, meaning it's no longer available for the UUFB. And when we do the UUFB calculation, we net all that out. UUFB is truly what we didn't spend in the government side budget, not, a grant agreement that's 4 years and we were late on paperwork, so it all went back. You got to go get it back out. I think we should put in the BIM, just a suggestion, so we're talking about the BIM, that those types of statutory set-asides will never revert because they're committed. And we just keep paying it until it's done, or the grant runs out, or something like that. Because she's right, it did become a UUFB issue. I was like, I don't understand why.
I didn't either.
Yeah, so that's my suggestion, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, this is Mel.
All right, Mr. Otis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate Controller's comments on that. I did hear him make that comment earlier at a previous meeting, so I did put that language in here already. I don't know if Mr. Tahi is controlling the screen right now, but perhaps he can scroll to section 11A5.
Thanks, Mel.
So that the committee and controller can look at that language and see if it's appropriate.
So can we do a 10-year grant agreement for the statutory recipient?
I think you guys can allocate money however you want.
Well, it's a grant agreement, that's the part, that's not up to, I mean, that's the red tape, that's the regulation.
Well, how did 4 years how was 4 years determined?
That was before I got here.
Basically, because the elected leadership, their 4-year terms.
That doesn't have anything to do with anything.
That doesn't make any sense, because this is a statutory set-aside, it doesn't matter if it's elected leadership or not.
Mm-hmm.
So why is OMB saying you need a 4-year, what is your reasoning to have a 4-year grant agreement?
Well, as I said, we needed to set it somewhere, somehow. It doesn't have to be 4 years.
Because I think
There's no magic to it.
it's a big headache when the same entities come back to the nation. And this is a statutory set aside. This is even out of the control of whoever's sponsoring the comprehensive budget. You know, like as a sponsor of the comprehensive budget, I have no say on those statutory set asides. Those already get taken out no matter what. So if that can't be amended by council on an annual basis, then why is it so stringent? Why is it, if there's no good reason to do that, I think that there should be a modification to say it's a 20-year grant agreement, because the only way that can be taken out is if it's taken out of the appropriations law, right? That is the only way that you can make a modification. Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, I don't know if you have comments to that.
Yes, thank you. So that goes back to my earlier comments, because one, it's statutory set aside, so that's what the number, the budget and finance as well as controller keeps in mind. So that wouldn't necessarily change. The amount varies, but one simply can't decide not to do it because it is by statute that they're allocated. The other thing is just the discussion revisits my whole point about, we've adopted these agents, whether that be Navajo Prep, Diné College, and others. And that, as it was mentioned by OFB, OC should be just provided directly to them. So that, I just wanted to reemphasize that. Thank you.
Yes, there has to be a process. I think it should be a longer period of time. But Ms. Tom?
Yeah, Chair Parrish and members of the Budget and Finance team, just listening and hearing the whole situation that we're running into, and I like a lot of the comments that I'm hearing. I think one of the things that we have to do at OMB is I'm hearing that we probably need a whole section just on grants. When we had our bid meeting 2 weeks ago with Performa, the same topic came up about our grants. They said it has the same naming as external grants.
Yes.
So people always get confused. So they say, you guys need to come up with a new name for this internal grant. And plus the follow-up. There's no, where's the money going? And then if it's, division already have a lot on their plate. And like you said, the turnover is high or here and there. Who is monitoring it after it goes? So then the delays of payment. And then I'm hearing about the number of years, we can increase that. So this is a whole new section that we need to implement. Right now, we just have our IT.
Working as the internal grant.
Yeah, this is just a a part of her duties, but it's not her first. So this is a whole, you know, you think about like the federal grants, or you're applying for a grant. There's so many criteria to that. So I think we really need to relook at this. Look at maybe putting a section in OMB, work with Mr. Vial, and see if we can come up with something. But I look forward to trying to get something in place and working with OOC to see. But for now, you know, I know we need to get this process going. I don't know if we can go with what we have and make sure we have that statutory language in there.
All right, thank you, Ms. Tom. And then for Mr. Mose and Mr. Tahi, could you just note that we're gonna follow up on this with OMB? Because this may require, I'll take a look at their plan of operation and how this can be supported, because the nation has millions of dollars that may go to grants that the nation is funding. You know, like, this isn't, we're spending a lot of time processing how much money we receive, but we don't have enough people accounting for how much money goes out of the nation as a grant. So it's worth adding more people, personnel, so that we can, for that accountability, and then for the processing, so Ms. Erie can just focus on her job in IT. All right, we'll note that, and then we'll come back to OMB with that. But in the meantime, if there's any processes that can be updated and modified, for this section, so Ms. Sosi, and then Ms. Tom, and then Mr. Vial, if there's any further language that could help clarify the process, because we don't want to be a burden to OMB, but also to those receiving the grants. I think it's frustrating for both entities, frustrating for you, frustrating for the division, frustrating for the entities that are receiving the funding. So as we close out this section, I'll go to Ms. Sosi for some last comments before we continue.
Okay, just to let you guys know, I got my bachelor's in public management, so IT is a bonus. I just wanted to let you guys know that Rodney, I sent you a file. I wanted to show you guys before you guys leave the flow chart that I had done. It's in the email that I sent you, Rodney. Can you please open it up? It's number 5 or number 6 in that email. That way I can show you guys what's going, this email that I sent Rodney is, and I also sent it to Christian, and I also sent it to Ms. Parrish. I sent the file that I use to the programs. I send this to them, and then this is what they are, the entities and the program. So this is the actual flow chart that I created, where it tells you from the tribal entity, if you read across, the division, oversight, council, president, controller, and OMB. So right here's where you start with this template or this packet that I give out. The only thing I think I need to do is put it into a PDF and then just submit one file to the entity. But it's where they submit the travel grant and it goes to the division. Division works with it. They're the ones that submit the final grant application in the legislative process. If it goes to the oversight, legislative approved, no, yes. Not goes forward, legislative approved for council, no, yes. If it's yes, and then it goes back to the division, and then they prepare the final, the grant application in the legislative process. I guess that should say grant agreement. And then from there, it goes to the president for signature. Once it's signed, it goes to OOC, they get a contract number, and then from there, they notify the division, or they can this thing can be modified, this process, but this is currently how it goes. And then from there, the division is notified. Then from there, it goes back to the entity. The entity on a quarterly basis, they submit their quarterly reports to see what all transpired within that quarter. They just submit, all they submit is their quarterly report, their Form 2, and then an expenditure liquidation sheet, and the request to showing that how much money they use for that quarter. And the programs, the entities, they're really quick about it. They're pretty fast about it. So the receiving reports are given to the division, and then we give it to OOC. Then they're the ones that process the payment. And then yearly we submit and then if it's a multi-year, then yearly submit that obligation memo. And then every year OOC obligates the funds. So, and then, this is basically what happens with those grant agreements. But see, this has never been used. It's just been something a tool that I've been utilizing to give to the entities the past year. And this is what really helped the missing murdered women, and even I think there was one underneath Division of Health. Yeah, that was it. And then also help like with processing the grant. And then this year, I already notified Gwinnett College and NTU telling them that they need to start their grant agreement again for the next 4 years. So, and then that checklist that we're talking about, you can go to number 1 on that email.
All right. Thank you for sharing that. We're just gonna look forward to any further modifications from yourself and also OMB.
Yeah,
so
you
we can
just
get-
Yeah, I sent it to you guys so you guys can look at it and see this is what I give to the program or the entities and the division. This is what helps us process their grant agreement faster, especially when when they work with the division, because they really Alicia really calls me a lot, and Michelle from Division of Health, they call me a lot asking me for help, and I just kind of go through this this packet with them, and then they got it processed right away. This is actually going to be the second year I'm using this, so the results are still yet to be seen, because the 4 years from before was different, and now it's a new multi-year, so it's going to be this year. They're finally going to use that packet for Gwinnett College and NTU, but the other single years, those ones are. And then there's also there's also a template too, that they don't need to rewrite the whole grant agreement, or they don't need to write the grant agreement. They already have like a fill in the blank grant agreement already set for them that shows the laws, and it shows how it applies to them as an entity. That's all in that template. You can go ahead and look at that one too. That's also included, as well as all the forms that are part of those exhibits from the checklist. If anybody wants me to email it to them, I can do that too. Just send me an email, and I'll go ahead and forward it to you so you guys can look at it.
All right.
That's
okay.
all.
I'm gonna share that with Miss Lowell.
I have it.
Okay. Cool.
I think Rodney's gonna send it. Oh,
All right.
Rodney already did.
Rodney already sent it out. Awesome. All right. Thank you, Miss Doty. Thank you, OMB, for the work discussion that we're having. I think the one, again, I'm gonna go back to the point of whether we need this grant agreement before or after the legislation. We're gonna work that over, because we have several council delegates on the call. So we're gonna work that through. But if there's no further comments on this discussion, sounds like we're headed in a great direction. I am going to let's go back to the board. Ms. Tom, we're going through the section of grant agreements, the language there in section 8. Do you have more comments to the language? Is there anything else you're pointing out?
For section 8, I don't think we have anything else, so.
That's it?
Yeah.
All right, section 9.
For section 9, we're good.
11, right? We're on 11.
We are now on 12, section 12.
11, 12. All right, we're on 12. Sorry.
Okay, so, Chair Parrish and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, for section 12, under budget revision instructions and procedures, there's no changes. Everything is still the same. We're keeping it as is. I know with our new financial system and the LOD 4 changes, that might, we're not sure how it's going to impact this, but we want to keep it as is right now, so there's no changes on the section 12.
Okay. And then did you add a language to say that we're going to update the BIM once that new system comes online?
Under section financial manager, I think it's under 4
Oh,
or
yes.
3, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Okay, and then going on to section 13, or section 12, or no, 13, for the requesting supplemental appropriation. For this section, our team was taking a look at it, and the only recommendation was inserted, I think Mel had put that in, was just under 5, was just to point to section appendix J, and that was it. One thing we wanted to do was under requesting supplemental appropriation, is that we wanted to put some language, and this is something we want to work with OOC, was on for the drawdown, and also for after the modification, after the oversight approves it or doesn't, the process afterwards, the steps. So we want to sit down with maybe Robert Woolley and maybe Lydell Davis at OOC to make sure that what we're saying, they agree with it on their side. And that's something we haven't done, but we talked about it with our team. So if we do have time, we want to go ahead and incorporate just those 1 or 2 steps that we want to do. And that's about it, under section 13. And then under section 15 is budget forms. Under the budget form section and instruction, the most important change that was made on this part was with the MPS section, the policy section. They removed their 2A form, but I know that's something that Mr. Viala is still working with our policy section to review. So that was the only changes. All the other forms are still as is, and I did get an update from DXR, Garrick Sosi with his form, so everything's still the same, no changes under the forms. Let's see. And then we move on to the appendices. And under the appendices, we do have, let's see, the first one is Appendix A, and this is the chart of accounts. I did not see any update from Robert Woolley's shop. I don't know if there's anything. I know Mr. McCabe had brought up some, maybe with the new system, the chart of accounts. I don't know if you guys had any with the updates on the old one.
So, the way the chart of accounts is being brought over to the new system is on just exactly what LOD 5 is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we didn't change anything on the object codes, we just said, basically get rid of 6 and 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, so you're just deleting?
Yeah. Because 6 and 7 resulted in about 500 object codes, and 5 resulted in about 55 or so.
Yeah.
And to us, it's sufficient to track supplies and everything that we need to on the operating side. A lot of those codes were based on some of them locations and other things that we just didn't need anymore. We'll be able to track it on the sub-ledger side, so.
Okay.
Do you have the language for that, or do you have the chart? Who does that?
We have, well,
That's what I was gonna say. I don't think I got it. I don't know if Mr. Viala is the one that got the chart.
it should just be whatever you guys have, but LOD 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we didn't change it at all,
Okay.
just, yeah.
Okay, got it.
I have a question.
Okay, Mr. Bial?
This is not clear to me.
Okay.
In prior to years of discussing the budget, we were talking about LOD 4. So the document that you have before you, if I'm not mistaken, Alva, has LOD 4. And that finally has been tested and everything by the OOC team who works on that, the FMIS. But now I hear 5. I'm confused by that.
I think in my suggested amendments, I suggested 5, but 4 is fine with me.
Yeah.
If you guys want to use 4, I mean, we're just pulling it over at 5.
Yeah.
So it's significantly compressing all these object codes that we didn't need. So if the committee and the OMB figure 4 is better, I'm fine with that. We're just pulling everything from the old system at LOD 5. That's why I said 5.
Okay. I have a question about that. So if OOC is saying LOD 5, and my understanding is that we spent like a whole year trying to figure out what level of detail we're on. All of you guys sat in front of BNS, and then we were like, okay, so who's saying this? And so we had that whole discussion. But now we're talking about the ERP, and I'm concerned because if we're not on the same page about the level of detail, that means every single budget has to be re-entered, right? Every single budget, like if the BIM says we're gonna do 4, then every single budget has to be re-entered at 5 if it's not ready now.
No, because we can budget at 4, but expend at 5. It all rolls up. So here's how it works.
So, well, okay, so we're good then, because I wanna go back to what Bial said. Bial's like, we're putting in the language at 4, so you're gonna receive a budget at 4 and you're okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Bial, we're okay.
Okay.
Yeah. We're good.
Okay.
I just got confused because I don't know what Bial was raising.
So just think of 4 as like supplies.
Yeah.
And then 5 is office supplies, and then 6 is pencils, and then 7 is blue pencils.
Yeah.
So we're getting rid of pencils and blue pencils.
Yeah.
And we're saying office supplies, but we could still budget supplies and then just track under that.
Yeah.
That's how we do it.
So, but in the chart of accounts, they're getting rid of 5 and 6, right?
6 and 7.
So 6 and 7. Yeah.
So we'll maintain level of detail 5. We could budget at 4
Yes.
and to expense at 5.
So
That's okay.
Yeah, so when they did the testing, we did it at the 4, putting the budget there, the funding there. And then when the accounting side or the payable side and the purchasing side, then when they were writing up the grant, they were able to not go down to the bottom detail, but do the purchase order at the level of detail 4.
Yeah.
So it's
4 is easier.
yeah.
Because there's only like 8 or 9 level 4s.
Yeah.
Does the judicial branch want to say anything on this?
I just had a question. I'm Sandra Delga. I am the Acting Financial Services Director for Judicial. So the 6 and 7 is going to go up to 5, and when we do our budgets, it's going to be at the level of detail 4. And then when we start to submit our paperwork, like say travel, originally you would, the FMAS would go into meals, mileage, lodging.
Yeah.
Now it's just going to be in the series of the 5. It's going to show up.
Yeah. Now you'll
Take it out
budget.
of 4. Okay.
You'll budget at the travel level.
Right.
We can still expense meals, everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And that would eliminate a lot of budget revisions.
That's why we did it.
Yeah. A lot of the times, like say they don't have enough funds in, say, their meals, or let's say sleep.
Yeah.
And then it's all in 3,000.
Right.
And then, okay.
So now you don't have to move money between like mileage and airfare, because it's all at travel.
Yeah. So the system's not looking at down here, it's looking at the 4.
Yeah.
It will significantly reduce the. That's exactly why we did it, yeah.
Okay. So we know that, a lot of the programs out there still want to see some of the chart of accounts, and I don't think there's no changes here. So it goes all the way down to 6 and 7, maybe just for justification, at least for their information. But we know the system's gonna be looking at LOD 4. So under Appendix B.
Oh, wait, 1 second.
Okay.
I forgot, I just reconnected my internet, but Ms. Laura Johnson from OPVP had a question on the level of detail. Ms. Johnson, do you want to ask your question now? Ms. Laura Johnson? Ms. Laura Johnson, did you have a question on the level of detail? Well, her question that she emailed was she needed clarification and had questions on the budget level of detail. It's at 4. It's not clear on page 11 of this draft. if it's in section 12, should it be updated to reflect that? I think it's just consistency of level of detail 4. It currently says level of detail 6 for all BRRs. So are the BRRs level of detail 4 or 5?
They're gonna be 4.
Okay,
Yeah.
so the budget revisions will be level of detail 4.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why I think, later, as it starts going through the process, I don't think we're gonna see a lot of BRRs. But yeah, when we had, normally they had it under 6, they'd all go down.
Not sure, and then she also put her, not sure about section D, number 8.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll come back to Ms. Johnson.
Yeah, Mr. Viola and I were looking at that email,
Yeah.
and we didn't understand where she was, because there's a lot of Gs and 8.
Yeah, okay, so if Ms. Johnson comes back online, then she can further explain her question.
Okay.
All right, thank you. We'll go back to Ms. Tom.
Okay. Chair Parrish and members of the Budget and Finance Committee, going on to Appendix B, this is where we have the agency codes and fund type codes. Those are our standard base, and there's no changes on that, worksheet. And then on to, if no questions, I'll go on to Appendix C. Appendix C, we did get the updated, listing of all positions, and there was some changes in addition to the position listing from DHR. I think Garrick had provided that, so there is under Appendix C, I'll just kind of read those changes. They remove, CDL or DOL employees. They remove or added, family therapist intern, and then they added a position, Head Start superintendent, and then, HR operations and development manager. And then just, I think on some of the changes they just had, and then they removed human resource operations and development manager. And then, let's see, and then where there's M, they just added manager. On page 69, let's see, they added, principal facilities maintenance technician, and then they removed principal facilities maintenance tech. And then they added senior anthropologist, and then that was it. And then the only one that I didn't hear any, response was from, judicial. Under Appendix C was judicial. So since I didn't hear any feedback, I thought we're staying with the classification on the listing position.
You wouldn't receive feedback if you didn't contact us, so I'll look at it and I'll give you feedback today.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay. Okay. And then,
Sandra Dalgai and Sharon Damon are CC'd on the email from Alva.
We'll get it to you, Alva.
And Alva sent us out on Friday, so it doesn't matter if OMB didn't send an email. We had a work session asking everyone to contribute, so these are all public work sessions, and Alva did send us out on April 11th. All right, go ahead.
okay. And then going on to Appendix D, OOC, Office of Controller, Robert, and Mr. McCabe, they provided the latest, benefit rates, so we got that. So we removed the old one and we added the new one, the new rate for 26. And then they also provided under Appendix E 1, 2, and 3, the new, rates for vehicle insurance rates. And then the appendix, for fleet management user rates, that was updated. And then also under E3 was the duplicating services rate. So that was also updated. And then we go on to Appendix F, and that is regarding the grant application. I know we had a lengthy discussion on that, so I think we're keeping as is. And then Appendix G, this goes back to the budget signature authorization form, no changes there. And then we go on to Appendix H for the BRR form, no changes. Appendix I for the extension for projects, no changes there. Appendix J for the supplemental funding proposal summary, no changes. And then under Appendix K, this is where we have, external funding. Cordell Shorty and his team had a chance to review the language, and they just added a few, additions, updates, regarding the 638 and any of external funding that they receive, and that goes throughout the Appendix K, attachment. And then we go on to Appendix K1 for the changes that goes back to the external funds. No changes there on the attachment. K3, no changes. K4, no changes. And then K5, no changes to the code. And then under Appendix M, chapter budget procedures.
Can we go back to section 4?
Okay.
Section 3 and section 4 of external grants.
Okay.
So the checklist is included, I see. Section 3A, this is Cordell added the section for the closeout report, which is good. Then you know that they're done using the money, and then you get feedback.
Yeah.
Section 1 refers to the rates. Did anything significantly change in that versus section 1 fees and rates? Did anything change in that? Is that a new appendix?
No, I don't. It's just the K, he edited K, and there's no, a new appendix, there's no new one.
Okay. So you just cleaned up the language, but I want to know, because we also have challenges when we're talking about receiving monies from the state.
Yeah.
B, review the grant application funding proposal. Grant agreement on the awards and modifications to the grant agreement shall be submitted under the applicable administrative review covered by the program to review the surname by reviewers. So just adds a little bit more accountability to that section. Okay, so the scenarios I know with my colleagues that are a part of the New Mexico caucus, they have annual money that comes in from the state of New Mexico, and they're working on a massive intergovernment agreement between the Navajo Nation and the New Mexico government. And and Ms. Candace Yazzie, are you on the call? Or Chair Amber Canespa-Crotty, I don't know if you've looked through the section 4 of the external grants, the appendix K, but Mr. Cordell Shorty did, update the language there. Do you know, did you work with him on this, or did you just have him edit it?
No, he worked on it, and he did some changes, and I know he was working with Mr. Bial.
Mr. Bial, do you want to add to the changes? Oh, he left. Where's Phil? No. All right, I know this part is important because we don't spend dollars down because of our own process. Dominic, can you give us a synopsis of Mr. Cordell Shorty's edits to the external grant process?
Well, that's what I sat down in the room for.
Oh.
I wanted to call, first of all, Mr. Shorty, he took leave today. So I was trying to call his deputy, Mr. Jones, see if he could come up. Otherwise, I'm not familiar in detail as to what
Chair Crowdy on the call? All right, okay.
what recommendations he made.
All right, let me just work through this. I'm trying to see if we're cutting regulations or we're just adding regulations. Mr. Rodas, did you work with, Mr. Cordell Shorty on this?
Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Mel. No, I didn't. At the time that I reviewed, I hadn't received these edits yet.
Okay, so I see Mr. Cordell Shorty added on page 89, section 14, close out the grant agreement and the funding contract. The grant agreement and funding contract referred to as agreement shall be closed out internally as an abomination to show that the terms and conditions, any special conditions, or any other requirements of the agreement have been satisfied by the nation based on the completed closeout report and the post-edit code CO. Oh, Miss Lowell, you're kind of like third person involved in these grants, so can you?
I can try. I obviously didn't work with, Mr. Shorty. It's Appendix K, running. But, okay, so one of the issues, that I was involved with in my work with the caucus is, talking to Dodie, and we were trying to come up with a way, to streamline the process. So what was told to me over and over again is it's always, one size fits all, even when it doesn't fit. And so they told me, okay, so we have different kinds of grants, and we have the federal grants, we have the state grants, we have the pass-through 638 style grants, Johnson O'Malley, and then so one of the JOM people said they get this money from the feds, and they wind up having to go through the Navajo Nation Appendix K process and basically call their subgrantees subcontractors. And so that's an area that doesn't make any sense because, for example, all these different schools have JOM funds awarded to them, and it's basically, all you have to do is submit your information and you get dollars from the Navajo Nation JOM. So they're just forwarding money along, but they're treated as subcontractors, so they have to go through a procurement process. And then as it goes through the administrative review processes, then they're asked why they didn't do an RFP, and it's just apples and oranges. So that's a major problem. There's also the issue of, okay, I've applied for a grant now, and the application has to go through, I think it's the executive official review process, and so that takes a significant amount of resources from the program. Then they get the grant, then it has to go through the 1 to 4 process. So you have these duplicative administrative review processes that have played a large part in when the delegates are asking, well, why hasn't the program spent some money? Why hasn't the program spent some money? One of the things that they were told is, so, all right, this is an example from OSERS, Special Ed and Rehabilitation. So the schools don't open until August, but they get their documents in the review process in July. So a lot of times the review process starts, the schools haven't opened yet, so they're missing information. It gets kicked back to them, they have to go through the process again, and then they're already starting behind the 8 ball. There was another significant thing, and I don't have my proper notes with me, but what was it? There was an issue about something to do with budgeting. Okay, so you are, oh, here it is. So you're at Dodie, you've applied for your grant, and you don't know what amount you're gonna be awarded, you're just kind of, guessing. And it might get kicked back to them because they haven't filled in the budget amount. And so they're saying, well, we don't know what the budget amount is. They've also expressed frustrations, that they've tried to meet with people at OMB, and they haven't always felt supported by the contract and grant staff at OMB, and they're told to read the BIM, and they don't understand what's in the BIM. That's another major theme. So that's what I can impart, Chair.
Okay, so it sounds like we need to look through and work through that section, because it, just looking over the red line, it looks like the only substantial change that Cordell made was to do the closeout checklist. And the rest is kind of just like technical and like grammatical changes. So I'll work with the members on the committee. I did get a text from Vice Chair Carl Slater. He's on the call right now. And so I think, Rodney, for these microphones, when we're talking, can we mute, or is it all gonna mute everything?
Mute everything.
Oh, okay, so sorry, Vice Chair Slater. You just mentioned that there's like tussling noises, but
It's okay, I'm not there.
we'll do the best that we can. Sorry. All right, so I guess we'll have to sit down, Mr. Bial, or I don't know. We'll have to sit down with Cordell and talk about the process.
What's that?
I'll make time to sit down with Cordell, and I'll whoever wants to be there can be there to talk about external grants. But this is important when we're receiving funds, because if our own processes take longer for us to receive funds than for us to actually fight for the funds, what are we doing? We're going after billions of dollars at the federal government for water settlement, so we need to improve our process of receiving those dollars. All right. Does that conclude?
Can I ask a question on that though?
All right, we'll go to Vice Chair Slater.
Thanks. So, I mean, was there some sort of resolution to what Kristen brought up about streamlining both the procurement aspect of the sub-grants and the, I guess, support to streamline setting up business units or company numbers, et cetera, so that they can be expended out of once the funding is received, instead of waiting for another duplicative review process?
That's true. Those are great suggestions to the Office of Management Budget. Mr. Cordell Shorty and Mr. Jermaine Jones are not here, and they're not on the call. But I'll give some, Rodney, can you note that, the recommendations from Vice Chair Slater, that still administrative processes can continue while the review process is taking place, potentially. But I'll give the floor over to Ms. Tom and then Mr. Bial for their preliminary thoughts, because Mr. Bial said that he didn't sit down with Cordell to talk about this extensively. So, Ms. Tom or Mr. Bial, and then we'll go to Honorable Dr. Inez.
Thank you, Chair Parrish and members of the Budget and Finance Committee and Delegate Slater. We're going to get back with Mr. Shorty and our whole team, Jermaine and Mr. Bial, so that we can take a look at the language. I know there's some stuff in there that's missing regarding the state funding, a lot of information that we really need in the BIM. So we'll take a look at that and then define. I know there's so many different grants, like you said, 638. So we'll take a look at that. Mr. Bial, do you want to add anything?
Well, a few additional comments I could make. And some of you may recall in prior meetings, particularly over the last year, when we talked about the BIM I've explained that at one time there was discussion with leadership who were involved at the time about making the BIM budget instructions manual exclusively. And I've heard even the controller, Mr. McKay, saying that recently too. But the way that BIM has taken shape, again, there's some history to it. Over the years, prior leaders, both the committee and otherwise, would want to add language or provisions that deal with specific, in this case, grant and contract issues. And so, at one time, there used to be a budget policy section in the BIM, which was therefore was called the Budget Instructions and Policies Manual. But over time, the document, therefore, the BIPM at the time, began to grow and get somewhat wieldy, somewhat cumbersome. So there was discussion about keeping the BIM exclusively to the budget instructions and then having a separate contracts and grants manual that would stand alone. And just like we're doing now on the BIM, it could be, if it were ever adopted, developed and adopted, then it would be applicable. It could be applicable over a multi-year period and would only be revised or updated as necessary. If there's any changes or improvements to be made. But it hasn't happened yet. So therefore, the BIM over the last several years and even today's version still hasn't integrated into the current BIM. Another section that's similar to this, I realize you're getting to it next, is Appendix N, is all of the chapter budgeting, policies, procedures, rules, and so on. There was discussion about making that a separate standalone piece of legislation as well. And I remember in the waning days of, I think it was the 23rd Council, the waning days, I say it was late in December, and the term was ending. And the way current law reads, that no legislation can be dropped in the new year, January 1st to whenever the inauguration is. So the decision at the time, as I recall, a couple of the former BNF committee members decided, okay, let's drop it. We need to meet that timeline, that deadline, so that we can have it enacted, considered, and hopefully enacted. In that respect, it would have been a separate set of legislation on chapter budgeting, policy, procedures, and rules, guidelines, and so forth. Not just on budgeting, but other facets of chapter financing and so forth. Because, Mr. Charlie, is that you? Okay. All right, see, he wasn't here at the time, but he might have been at ASC way back then. See, you're a young man. But anyway, so that didn't happen. So The only alternative was, since the BIM is being developed again, let's just put it in the BIM. And it stayed that way since. So that's just additional information to everybody. So if it was standalone, then theoretically it could be dropped and become enacted at one time, and you don't necessarily have to update it every year, only where updates might be necessary. In that way or that method. Now, again, some of the players involved at the time, due to the changing times, the turnover, they're not here anymore either. So, those are my additional comments on this subject.
All right, thank you, Mr. Vial, and thank you, Ms. Sosi, for your email. I'll be sending that out to the committee now. I'll go to Honorable Dr. Inez, and then we'll go to Mr. Jones. Thank you, Mr. Jones, for getting on the call.
Yes, yeah, Shadeja. So that was going to be my initial follow-up, was a response to what Kristen shared, because one, with New Mexico, when we get their IGA, that for one goes through the 164, it goes back, the award comes, that's 164. So there's like 2 or 3 when we work with the ISIP projects in the state of New Mexico. And one of the things is to consider, since we're going to hear back from the team, is the possibility of like any specific changes to notate them, because I wouldn't assume you would look at all these contracts all over again. And if there's any specific changes, maybe that would be acknowledged, because we tried to work with New Mexico Indian Affairs Department to possibly get one contract that was more comprehensive for the nation, instead of like over 100 or even like 80 of them. So because there's a lot of different ISET projects that go in. So that was one attempt, but I know that they weren't favorable to it. So I think, and again, to help minimize some of those efforts, is because we want to be able to complete these projects. And each year the Navajo Nation's having to reauthorize projects. And I believe last year, the governor, as well as some of the legislators, were not favorable to reauthorizing any projects, and that amounted to, I think, about maybe 6 million or so that was compromised. I could have my figures wrong, but I know that that's one issue, and that's why we want to be able to expend it. And then I heard Kristen's response regarding JOM. So Head Start is in kind of similar situations because their fiscal year ends in February, and then it starts up again in March. And that's just in the middle of the Navajo Nation's fiscal year. So I think in those different scenarios, it would be most helpful. And my question right now is if what it sounds like is they're going to reconvene to go over those items. So would that be a part, I mean, like, when do we hear back from as a result of that meeting? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Dr. Inez. Ms. Lowell, do you have any comments to follow up to that?
Just that I would like to participate in any of the discussions, and to thank Dr. Nez for mentioning Head Start, because there are so many different scenarios, and it's just having one policy and set of procedures is just not working.
So, members of the committee, I know that we have a time frame that we're trying to meet, which is having the legislation before the committee this month. With external grants, we can do as much as we can this week, and I know that the committee has articulated in the past that OMB has, does this job every single day, and they can offer their amendments at any time. So there's recommendations from Office of Legislative Counsel is to take this slowly apart so that we can create a better process, because if we're just matching everything together just to meet a deadline, that is one way to get the budget going, our internal budget for nomination general fund dollars. That's one way to get our own budget going. But these external processes, how we receive funding from external entities, that needs to be refined further. So we're going to continue to work on that. I do see Mr. Jones's hand raised. So we'll go back to Vice Chair Carlsletter after that, because I don't know if his questions were answered. Go to Mr. Jones.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Parrish and Budget and Finance Committee members. I just wanted to let you know that I am online and I can answer any questions available. Thank you.
Great, Mr. Jones. I just sent an email out to the members of the Budget and Finance Committee and also Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. There was copies of the last 5 years of the BIM sent out to the committee, and and it was noted that there has been no substantial change to the external grant part of the BIM, so we need you to take a look at that and provide further advisement on how we're going to improve that process. Thank you for being on the call. We'll go back to Vice Chair Carlsletter if he has any follow-up questions.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, this is just not something I believe we should be legislating, and I think, there should be some sort of proviso in there that says there's latitude to move forward either with concurrence from OMB director or the CGS manager or headphones switched, or the controller, et cetera. Because I mean, there's two sides to it, right? There's the processing and the literal just administrative setup, and a process is a process. There's either a capacity issue in fulfilling the process, which I think exists to a certain extent, and may be resolved with the new ERP, and then there could be fundamental issues related to the process in terms of compliance, and it just doesn't seem like there's any internal self-reflection on how do we make this work for our clients, which are the programs and which are the other entities. And a legislation to separate things doesn't do anything other than just separate them and have another process. So I don't think there's like any root cause analysis into why there are delays and why there's a lack of spending. It's just kind of bureaucratic jargon on, well, this is the way things are, or, these things need to take place, which is fine and the committee accepts, but I would like to think the committee accepts, but, at what point do we say there is failure in getting things expended on time? If you look at the funding that went to the institutions of higher education, just kind of passing the buck around between OMB, Controller's Office, DOTI, and, lack of capacity when people were not there, et cetera. And so that is a process issue and a capacity issue tied in together. And like Chair said, there is always, the committee has definitely made itself open and available to any sort of amendment. So I think to the maximum extent, there should be latitude in this section for moving things through. And I don't know with the specific language what would be comfortable to the actual operators within the system to make that work. But just as we pointed out with some things, like, sometimes the tribe becomes an eligible recipient of funding and it's not something that they applied for, but there's an insistence from contracts and grants that you provide the application for the grant when, there was no application, and like all sorts of things like that, that just kind of raise the question of whether people are being reasonable or what, and I just, if that's a repeated thing, then I don't understand the client facing, the client service side of this and what the responsibilities are there. So I don't know. I thought this would have been rectified at this point because we've been mentioning this issue for I don't know how many years, and it's not a legislative issue. I mean, it can be codified in the budget instructions manual, but I just feel like the committee's saying, like, put down what you think is going to work the quickest with accountability. So we have slowness and we have programs that are still spending federal dollars and state dollars on all sorts of stuff that is not consistent with what the funding was provided for, as evidenced by the president's, newsletters, all sorts of things. Weird procurement related to the entities or the people involved in purchasing that building in Phoenix, I don't know. So thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I agree entirely with you. Mr. Jones, if you could, improve the language in that section of the BIM. I believe it's Mr. Bial and Ms. Tom to inform update the version, because at this point, this is the last work session we're gonna have, so this is an ongoing challenge that we're still seeing. So I hope that when the BIM does come before my colleagues, that they're able to look at this appendix and see changes and modifications. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, let's, Ms. Tom, we're discussing appendix K. Are we going on to M?
Yeah.
Nothing changed.
No changes.
Nothing changed. And Mr. Carly?
So for appendix N, the two main areas that we looked at was, adding in, maybe I don't know where it is, but adding in a, due date for chapters to report their, monthly balances into the WIN system for public information purposes. Currently some report as early as 4 or 5 days into the month, others closer to the end of the month, so it's not trying to make it a consistent deadline. Also, the other mention I put for BIM recommendations was, these were kind of where I stalled was, if there is a way for chapters to be allowed to reallocate some funds in the budgets, so that, I don't know how that would be accomplished. If that's a completely different thing, or if this is where it's done.
All right, Mr. Charlie, here's what we're gonna do. So tomorrow, the committee has already elected to, they're going to modify the agenda tomorrow for budget and finance to include the Eastern Agency Council to give their report to the committee. So by tomorrow at 10 a.m., if you have your language for the BIM, bring that to the committee tomorrow at 10. Bring that to us, because what we're gonna ask you anyways is whatever Eastern Agency Council is providing to the committee. If that's the only amendment, the other amendment we got was from Sohachi chapter to include fuel, so that they can use the unhealthy food tax for fuel for their tractors. That's another one. And then we're getting the one from the council, the Eastern Agency Council tomorrow, and then the ones that you just said, we need language where you're shifting it around. You need to write a memo, or you need to redline this too and add it, or whatever you're gonna use to
I
this.
just wanted the memo, that won't be a work session, or something we had.
So what you'll have to do though is see how they're redlining the version. You're gonna have to edit this document and then send it back to us.
Okay.
So let us see where in here we're gonna amend, you're proposing an amendment to the language. Because everything that OMB is saying, everything that OOC is saying, even like judicial, they're gonna redline it, because I can't speak for your program. The agency council, I don't know how they're presenting it to us, but they have amendments to section M too.
This is their red line.
See,
It's a huge, they're redoing the whole form, everything.
so this is, the Eastern Agency Council basically did your amendments right here, review this and because the committee is gonna add this to the agenda tomorrow, the whole appendix M got redlined, the whole thing. This is what we're asking for. But I don't know if you agree with what they're asking.
I haven't even seen it, so I can't even say yes or no.
Yeah, and I think, if we're hearing from Eastern, I think it'd be appropriate to get from Western, Northern, I don't know if they had a chance to read.
I've been advising them ever since, recommendations were brought.
Yeah.
Ever since it was suggested by BSC that we need these in RDC. I put it out to all the chapters. If they want to submit their request, it's their chance to put their 2 cents in. But whether or not they submit it or not is on them.
Okay.
So I did put it out to all 110 chapters.
So maybe tomorrow on when the committee, I'll let the committee know that you did make that available to each of the agencies, and if that's the only one we have right now, that's the only one. But review it, because I know the committee's gonna ask for your insight on that. I didn't see any copies too, so I think Elva's the only one that has that copy. But maybe.
I can forward it to you when I get it.
All right, okay, so that's good to know that that's still in the works, it's still coming. All right, let's see, are we on the next appendix?
Oh, yeah. This, M is the only one I got from, Mr. Roderick Begay. He just had a few changes on the appendix M, and he just, it's under, page 107. He just removed the top, one of the dates on, I think the one you're talking about, the wind system. So he removed that top line, so everything went down. And then just a little above that,
That's budget specialist,
oh, okay.
budget work session.
So that's the one he's provided. And then a little bit, if you go back up, there's under roles of the ASC, he just had changed from chapters, he put CM and CSC. So those are the only changes that I saw from Mr. Roderick Begay, and everything else is still the same. But I know last year, and when we were working on the 25 BIM, he did a lot of changes, and I can share that red line with you. So
Yeah.
this year, he did a little minor,
Could you send us the edits from last year, just so that we can compare?
Okay.
I don't know what Eastern Agency is bringing,
Okay.
but if you could, did you receive the Eastern Agency one yet?
Yeah, not yet.
Could you send that to Roger, because we just want to review it before tomorrow's meeting.
Okay. And last year's, right? Last year's edits from Roderick. Okay.
Does that conclude the presentation?
Yes.
All right.
Those are all the items, and I think the only thing we're just working on is, to be honest, on the legislation, you know, there's some exhibits, like the calendar and the IDC. So I don't know how far Kristen collected on those parts, but doing our best to work with OOC to get that all together.
Rodney's also helping,
Oh,
so
okay.
if Kristen has questions too, Rodney and Kristen are working together on that portion. For the judicial branch and then, ASC, if you could just email the committee your red line or whatever you're amending or taking a look at, because I know that the judicial branch has already said that you don't follow certain parts of the BIM. If we can just modify that language to meet how you're doing the process and have that discussion, then that would be helpful. And then Mr. Charlie's gonna review that and then get back to us tomorrow, but, please be at BNF tomorrow. We're gonna go, I'm sending an email right now back to Mr. Johnson, because Mr. Johnson emailed us. All right, if that concludes the presentation, thank you to Ms. Elba Tom for sitting down and working together with, several entities on the presentation today. Mr. Bial, do you have any, closing remarks?
No, I don't. Thank you for the meal.
And then, Mr. Claw, you'll get back to the committee with a memo on where you're at, and then we'll share that with HESI too. Because I think that's a question every single Navajo Nation employee is wondering where that pay study is, so that they can get increases in their pay. Because right now, what we're seeing, and I'll be honest, is what we see in the budget right now is people using their vacancies for bonuses. They use their vacancies for step increases, and they still get a GWA budgeted to them. So they're getting double the amount. So for the sake of accountability, we can't be budgeting a extensive amount of money for vacancies, general wage adjustment, and bonuses and step increases, because it may look okay on the audit, because we're saying we're gonna use that money for vacancies. We may be saying that on paper, but at the end of the day, I don't know where everyone's in salary is for the end of the year. I don't know how much it increases because that impacts next year's budget. How are we able to budget for people's salaries if they're not transparent on the amount of general wage adjustment that they're getting? Because that's concerning to me. If our revenues are decreasing and we're not able to meet the salaries of our Navajo Nation people, but then all over the place, it's not even branch to branch. It's program to program. One program may be giving out more bonuses than another program. I can tell you, working in the office of Miss Navajo, that salary of Miss Navajo stayed the same, has never increased, has never been given a bonus, has never, nothing. And that's just one employee. I don't know how many other employees across the Navajo Nation are not getting these benefits too. And some are getting double, if not triple. So we just need consistency.
Thank you for that, Hirsch. So that was kind of initially when we were talking about the 118015 account, the salary and classification pay study. So not only does that cover the amount to pay for a study, but that is actually where bonuses and step increases get paid out of. So their program should not be paying out from vacant positions. They shouldn't be. But if they are, then I'm not sure how that's possible because we receive all of the step increases and the bonuses.
Do you keep track of the budget revisions and the budget transfers?
So we initiate those on the program's behalf when we pay out from that 118015 account.
So Mr. Bial, how does it happen in OMB when you do a step increase or bonus? Was it using vacancies?
Well, for the step increases, let me start with that one. The employee working with their supervisor, they do the EPAF, the performance assessment. And depending on their score, if they're determined eligible for a step, then what DPM is going to do is take that information to the bonus step committee. And that committee will act based on the recommendation from TPM. So if they do that, then, as Mr. Claw is saying, for a step, they'll get with the affected program and advise them that they have a choice to either use the 118015 account or their own budget. They have available funds. So we've been getting, I think Mr. Clow mentioned it earlier this morning, a lot of budget requests now for the 118015. Now, for bonuses, again, it depends on DPM because as employees up to a certain range, the grade steps, A through F, G, H, or however far it goes. After a time, you're not eligible for a step anymore. So maybe 2 or 3 years later, but you qualify for a bonus. So again, that information would ultimately be submitted by DPM to the step bonus committee. And the bonus committee, if they approve it, then in that case, as I understand it, the DPM will automatically pay out the 118015 account. There's no budget revision required in that case.
But you can take a bonus out of the vacancy, right? You can take a bonus out of that, the general wage adjustment allocation. That may be matched in one account, but as a legislator, I'm giving OMB money for a vacancy, but I'm also giving them money for a step increase bonus and a general wage adjustment. So I'm doing both. Even though it's in one big business unit, that's how the money's coming out of, because when I go and explain the comprehensive budget, everyone's going to ask, where's the general wage adjustment? Where's the bonuses and step increases? But what a lot of people don't know is that those bonuses can come out of the vacancies too. So we need that transparency, accountability, and we also need consistency. Because I know you are all, I hope that you're taking a look at these bonuses and the committee and giving our Navajo Nation employees these bonuses based on their merit because they work very hard. But I also see money sitting there if it's not being used. And if it's not being used, it's sitting there in vacancy dollars. So we need consistency. So if I don't know who does your calculation for how much we're budgeting, but, you know, the controller just sent me a message and said, even the general wage adjustment, how much our employees are being paid, that should be in the planning base amount. That should be what we're looking at. And we don't even have that information today, and yet we're about to drop the BIM. And so all of the Navajo Nation is about to start the budgeting process, but I don't know, they probably don't know how much they're going to budget for FY26 because of the general wage adjustment. It's not consistent. So we need that information to HESI and to budget and finance.
Yeah, I agree, and I did bring that up after the BITS meeting at Department of Transportation to Honorable Delegate Nazi about how right now we use current positions and we budget for next year using this year's budget allocation. So if there was a way to predetermine what the general wage adjustment was going to be, that way a salary schedule could be produced before the funding even took place, that would probably eliminate a lot of the shortfalls that programs and departments have. So that way we already know that next year the general rate adjustment will be 4%, and this is what the new salary schedule will be, and this is what they're going to use for budgeting for next year's positions. That way there's not two separate pots for old position and then also for the GWA, but it's already all tied in there with the new salary schedule. That was a recommendation. Again, if we decided to say implement maybe January 1st a new salary schedule based off of the market value, then that would be something different. But that was a recommendation currently, was that we approve a DWA and then we can generate a new salary schedule that will be effective October 1st. That way people can accurately budget what they need for their positions. Yeah.
Great. Awesome. That sounds good. And Ms. Delgado?
I just have a quick question regarding the section for NNTU telecommunications. Okay. I remember the last meeting we were saying we were going to get clarification from their office because we were told that they're encouraging all departments to transfer to voice over IP, and that's from Frontier to Sun State. And they told us that there was like a 4-year contract that was signed, and that once our departments transfer over, they're not going to pay for any reoccurring costs. It's picked up by NNTU. So with when we went around for judicial, working on our FY26 budget, that was one of the things I had told them, was that once you guys switch over, then you don't need to be budgeting those funds in your FY26.
Do you have a memo?
That's what I asked Ms. At NNTU. Did she have the memo? It was revised, and she was going to give me that revision, but she hasn't given that one to me.
So this memo was addressed to the 3 branches?
But they said, yeah. They said the president had signed a contract, an agreement with Sun State for, I think she said 4 years. Yeah, Sun State is under cellular one. So they told us Frontier eventually going to go obsolete. They're giving up their phone numbers and they're releasing that to Sun State. So Sun State is actually switching over. So I'm going to say maybe about 4 or 5 of our districts have switched over. The only thing they have to pay for is the connection fee.
So I am over.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So what happened was Frontier's going away. It's now all going to be Sun State. So Frontier's is basically saying we're moving out of the area. I don't know what they're doing, but they're not going to serve the area anymore. So all that service transfers to Sun State. I wasn't aware that we signed a contract though. But
yeah, they told us that. That's why I've been saying, where's the contract so I can share that with our courts. Okay. But right now I think pretty much all of our courts have submitted their request to NNTU now, we're just working with Sun State to get those new phone lines.
Yeah, and I think I understand Sun State bought Frontier or something, is that why this happened?
I don't even know.
Okay, something like that happened.
And originally, they weren't doing like the landlines, but the last meeting, we had them, say about a month and a half ago, Sun State said that they are doing landlines.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
that's why it happened, sure.
But
Frontier's basically doing how that works.
But the part about the memo is not notifications that
NNTU is gonna pay for the reoccurring costs.
the services would change. It's that part of it where NTU will pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
So they're wondering in their budget, do we set aside funds for this, or are we going to trust NTU in saying that they're going to pay for everything?
Yeah, I don't know,
Okay, I would just move forward with your own budget with that, because I don't have proof of that. It's the first time I've heard of it. I haven't heard from any executive department stating that they're trusting a memo.
It's kinda hard to see, cause like OC, I think you guys switched over, and they, the NNTU in here, they pay for 871-810 numbers. So we can't tell whether you're being billed for or not. But we have like our other districts outside of 810 numbers, and they're not paying for the reoccurring now, the ones that switched over.
And I think we're paying for we went to VoIP, I know that.
Yeah, that's Sun State Gas, yes, cause they told us you guys switched over. Yeah.
I don't think we're paying for that, right?
No.
No.
NNTU's paying for it, yeah.
That's in the SIM.
Yeah. 871-810 numbers are paid for by NNTU, but once the outside, like say Tiba City, Chinle, once they switch over, then they won't be paying for no reoccurring costs. They just pay for the installation, the equipment, the reoccurring costs, and the NNTU's expense.
And they'll get an 810 or 871, even though they're.
No, they'll still keep their number.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We kept all our numbers.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about that, Ella?
No, I don't know anything about it. That's what I was saying. This section is really, covered by Robert, really, the OOC.
Did this just happen, like, a month or two
It's,
ago?
it's actually been about almost a year now.
But I mean,
The transitioning over?
Yeah.
Probably for the past, I think you guys switched over about 4 months ago.
Yeah.
I don't know. OOC
We'll figure it out.
yeah, all right, OOC was gonna bring back language, I guess, well, but it's not, Rodney, remind me.
Yeah.
Remind me on this part of the BIM, because we don't want you to, I don't know,
Yeah.
paying for your bill.
And then just another quick question, so if we budget it at a 4, is the budget, form's gonna change?
Mr. Biel? Or Ms. Tom?
Well, the basic forms will remain the same.
Okay.
Just the instructions will be to use LOD 4.
That's it, just 4.
Mhm.
Because we're all done with developing our FY '26 budget, but now we have to go in and redo them at level 4. Yeah, you got the homework.
Well, actually, it's like done, but when we give it to them, they're just gonna put it into 4.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, that when we get the budget, we'll do the cover sheet, budget form 1, that's at level D4, we'll put the budget in there, because before, we're actually going to level detail 6 and 7, and setting it up. So now we're just gonna do the front cover and set it up, and that's it. But I think for, justification, like how you're spending the money, you still need to identify.
We can do that.
Okay,
And that's
all right.
internal.
But, Mr. Biel, can you just accept their forms the way they are, and then you enter it in at 4?
Yeah, I think that's
Well-
what they said, yeah.
Well, I think what we're saying is that, well, you heard it, LOD 4, we're trying to make it easier and simpler. So that, for example, when we go to oversight committees, that you'd want to show them the 4, because the 6, 5, 6, 7 is too much detail. So the LOD 4, as Mr. Controller explained earlier, the budgets will be at 4, but he'll be doing with the payouts, they'll be 5, 6, 7 as appropriate.
Well, we'll only go to 5.
5.
Yeah, we eliminated 6 and 7.
Oh, okay.
In the new chart of accounting,
Yeah. Should we be developing the budget, justifications at level 5 then, even though the front is 4, or do it all the way 6 and 7?
Well, right now, have the new chart of accounts is at 5. It's the new system, financial system. But right now in FMIS, it's LOD 4 and OOC LOD 4. They're both 4. Yeah, so 5 is the new chart of accounts.
And we didn't change anything in the object code. We
Yeah.
just said, bring it over the way it is, just get rid of 6 and 7. That's all we did.
Yeah, yeah.
So, would a program then be able to just submit the budget in 4 if they wanted to do 4? That way, it's already, they already know. So when January 1st kicks in, they already know this 4 is 4 matches. Instead of saying, well, this was 7, is this 5 or is this 4? I can see where there might be a little bit of confusion. So we want to just still continue to, even though of course BIM says line LOD 6 and 5, we want to just have it at 4 then. In the new BIM now.
Yeah, I agree. I think 4, right? That's what you want.
Yeah. So the thing is that when you're submitting the budget form, nothing changes, everything's still as is. Your division director will sign it. But I know, like Rosita is gonna wanna know, you just can't say travel, LOD 4. You gotta justify how you're gonna spend that travel money. So that's where you're gonna have that little breakdown on, I think it's budget form 3 or 4. You'll have your breakdown, and then you'll be letting your supervisor know how you're gonna spend the money. But when the budget comes to us, all signed and approved, we're just gonna enter it at 4.
Oh, I
The
see.
top cover.
So the detail's just informational
Yeah,
for the division
yeah.
director.
To show how
To show how,
to
yeah.
justify the
Because you're
budget.
still gonna, you know, like, this delegate Yazzie said, accountability. We just can't say travel, fleet, but for what? Mileage, and,
Right.
you still have to justify how you're gonna,
Okay.
and then, but when we have it at 4, and then when it gets to OOC, the money's all there, so they don't have to try to call and say, hey, you don't have money in mileage or GSA, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And one of the good things we did was HR was able to determine who's eligible for a step increase in 26. So they've already budgeted into their FY 26.
And this was the first time that we've done that. We did what Chair Parrish was saying, what divisions and programs do is they use their personnel lots of vacancies to fund the step increases or bonuses. But this year we're using the step increase bonus money, and then next year we're budgeting for it so that we know exactly how much is needed. And then, Madam Chair and members of the committee, because we have so many vacancies, which we've shared with the committee, and the number of times they've been advertised and re-advertised, and we're moving to a different strategy now to see if we can get more applications. But because our base planning amount, with the revenue declining for the Navajo Nation, and taking care of our people, our good workers. So we're giving them increases, but the revenues are declining. So what we've done in the past is like the very hard to fill, like the judges and the attorneys, we budget them at 1044 hours. And then for new positions, we budgeted them at 1566 because they don't go into effect until October 1. Then it takes time for recruiting, so we're hoping we have new employees by January 1st. But in the BIM, it says 2088 hours that we have to budget all vacancies. So those are the kind of recommendations we would make because of our base planning amount and then taking care of our employees and just thinking big picture. How are we going to help the Navajo Nation with declining revenues but still have a workforce that can do the work for our people? So those are my closing remarks, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you, Ms. Damon, and also Ms. Delguy for your responses. We're going to clean that up, the language and the vacancies, and then we're also going to, one last request that I have to OMB is, I'd like to see in this BIM for the committee to consider that all Navajo Nation positions pay the fringe rate of the vacancies. So no matter what vacancies will be required to pay the fringe rate. And that's to get away from the I think it encourages people to really take a look at those vacancies. If they seriously are certain that they're gonna hire for them, then great. Then it goes back to, okay, well, how many hours are they going to budget for that, you know? Is it 3/4 of the year? Is it half the year? So we'll clean that language up and then, further the discussion, so if the committee can consider that. Honorable Dr. Innes?
Yes, thank you for that. So just while we're on the discussion, because I saw the update regarding the vacancies, so I'm not sure what occurred at the meeting. I wasn't part of the discussion, but just an inquiry, and if it's something that's been thought about before, is so currently there are millions that are unspent because of vacancies, and we understand perhaps maybe that's just a lack of housing, lack of interest, the pay, etc. But I'm curious as to learn how many, and if there's a report on this, it would be good to send out to me. But if there's, for example, a position that's been vacant for like 4 or 5 years, then what are the possibility, and this is just a suggestion, I don't need an answer now or any thoughts on it now, but what are the possibilities of pulling those funds and increasing the wages of our existing employees? Because we have a lot of employees now who are still in step A, who should be in step C or D, and I think some of these funds would help to supplement their commitment, existing commitment, ongoing commitment to the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Claude, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, so, we can definitely provide a report, Delegate Dr. Inez, on vacancies that have met certain threshold years. If you want to go with 4 years, 5 years, we can definitely do that. So with the report that I did submit, last week, on the general funded positions, the dollar amount came out to a little over $13 million for generally funded positions. Now, at our compensation study that we did have completed by RDW, it would take $14 million to bring everybody up to market value. So that would be something to consider as well. But yes, we do have a lot of positions that have been sitting vacant for several years, and they have not even been advertised. That is on the report as well. So, you know, and there are some that have $147, $1. So those are things that we've always tried to address with the programs. And to us, if they really want to advertise and they really want to get somebody in that position, they should have adequate funding, not just $147 or $1 or 40 hours worth of pay. So that's something we definitely have addressed, and I have sent out emails addressing vacancies, and I do CC our oversight committees with that as well. So I'm not sure if you've received those emails, but yes, we are actively trying to get people to address their vacancies, because at some point we will need to start abolishing positions that aren't being filled after 5, 6, 10 years. So I hope that answers your question, Dr. Nez.
Honorable Dr. Inez, do you have any closing comments?
Yeah, I do. First, who was responding to me? That's my first question. And if you can, feel free to send me that email as well, because one of the things that we proposed, and I've shared this with HR Director Toddy, appointed director, is that one thing to consider is virtual positions, because, for example, like a contract analyst, me personally, I don't think you necessarily need to be in an office, but I think if we produce more opportunities where employers are working for the nation virtually, we do have relatives out in Albuquerque, out towards Phoenix, even Salt Lake and others who are either graduating, working as professions, and an opportunity for them to give back to the nation is through these positions. So I did instruct the HR to see, DPM to see what positions would be up for those types of reclassifications, and they were supposed to get with their programming, because I was thinking about this upcoming budget session. So again, that I just want to make those final comments, but we can always discuss this further. Thank you, and I look forward to the email.
All right, thank you, Honorable Dr. Inez, and we'll keep you in the loop on these discussions as we continue to improve our regulations. The BIM is just one of the regulations that need to be updated. The personal management manual, or the personal manual needs to be updated too. Yeah, the personal policy manual needs to be updated. We could go on and on about vacancies, which is what we did last meeting. Oh, go ahead, yes, go ahead.
I'm sorry, hi, Dr. Nez, Honorable Delegate Nez. Again, my name is Armando Claw with the Department of Personnel Management. We did take your concerns as well that you did address in a HES meeting. And on March 24th, I did send out an email, and I believe you were CC'd on that as well. I did send out an email to all division directors within the executive branch asking to assess positions within the divisions that could possibly be remote, and some things to consider with that as well. Unfortunately, I only had one response back, and so that was an email that I sent out, and I gave everybody a week to think about that, and I did a follow-up, but again, there was only one response to that. So we can definitely try to reiterate that again by sending out another email to them. But yeah, we did reach out to them on March 24th, 2025. Thank you.
March 24th, cool. All right, well, if you could send information over to the committee, the Budget and Finance Committee too, that'd be great, because it just goes back to discussing how we budget those positions and vacancies and so on and so forth. So, collaborative effort. But looks like everyone is, we're done with the presentation right now, but we do have Ms. Toddy here. So, Honorable Dr. Inez, you have, I saw your hand raised.
Yeah, okay, so I'm familiar with Ramondo, what he was mentioning. I just couldn't recognize the voice, which is why I asked. But yeah, you are correct. Because HES is currently amending the DPM's manual. In fact, we completed our work session. We made a lot of good recommendations. So Mr. Claude, and Ms. Toddy, since you're there, something to consider is reopening that portal, because personally, I still think there's time. And if you advocate it more, I did see the email come out, and I actually clicked on the link to see how your questions were being asked in that survey. So I think if something to reconsider is to do another outreach to all of our employees and do it numerous times, because we gave you recommendations on the DPM manual, and that's going to take some time. So during the interim, I don't think it would be a problem to resend out to employees. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Honorable Dr. Inez. We do have Ms. Rashida Toddy, who has also taken note of your request. Honorable Dr. Inez just asked that the survey be sent out to the employees again for more engagement. Otherwise, Ms. Toddy joined us at the last 2 minutes of our session. Okay.
I read your notes that Max asked
Oh, really?
so she's in my office.
Oh, okay.
But I took notes of
Okay.
the discussion.
Awesome. Yeah, we're just gonna brush up on the external grant stuff at OMB, and then some other points. But if you could help us out with anything Elba needs, and then Elba, can you send over your Word version on Wednesday to Kristen? So you'll get everybody's last minute email. So send everything, Judicial and Mr. Charlie and Ms. Rashida Toddy. If you have any last minute periods you have to put in your sentences, send it over to Ms. Toddy, Ms. Tom. And Ms. Tom's gonna send over the Word version, over to Kristen. And then I'm going to review it with Kristen on Wednesday and work with the committee, yeah. Sounds good. All right, okay, so is everyone at the table okay for now? All right, everyone's good here, everyone's good? Members of the committee, does anyone else have any last comments? All right, again, I just want to make an announcement that the budget instruction manual will be before the Budget and Finance Committee by the end of April. I don't know certain what day yet, but it will be before the committee by the end of April. The plan is to have it, within the next 2 weeks. So we're gonna complete this and get the budget going. I also wanna make an announcement that that Mr. Toddy sat down with Ms. Tom and also Mr. Bial on the public hearings. So, on behalf of the committee, we're committing to those public hearings again. So Mr. Toddy, if you wanna make that announcement. Toddy, okay. Toddy. Mr. Toddy, I'm sorry. Rodney, can you make the announcement of the days of the public hearing?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, those online and those present, we've secured the locations for the 6 public hearings that will take place for the FY 26 budget public hearings. The first one will take place on the June 4th, which is a Wednesday, and it'll be held at 10 a.m. and it'll be held at Cheshire chapter, the Cheshire chapter. Then on Thursday, June 5th, and that will be held at INDOT in rooms 306 and 307. Then on Friday, June 6th, it will be held at the Tuba City Judicial District building. Then on Monday, June 9th, it will be held at the Navajo Nation Welcome Center at Monument Valley. Then on June 10th, on Tuesday, it will be held at Nanaza chapter at 10 o'clock. Then I finally confirm for Wednesday, June 11th, it will be held at the NTUA Chinle office at 10 o'clock as well. Those calendar invite dates have been sent out to all Budget and Finance Committee members, as well as everyone from OMB, OOC, and the departments that will be impacted during these public hearings. And Office of the Speaker as well.
Thank you. Can you also send it to OPDC and the Judicial Branch?
Yes, so they're already included into those calendar invites.
All right, okay, cool. Okay, all right. Well, thank you, Mr. Dial. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Ms. Parrish, I heard your parting remarks a minute ago, where you're saying that if I heard you right, if I understood you right, that the legislation for the FY 26 budget process, meaning the BIM, the planning amounts, the revenue amounts, and so on, are going to be approved by the end of April. So does that mean this Friday?
By this Friday?
There won't be.
So first, I need the version of the BIM to be legislation, and then you need a 5-day comment period.
Yeah.
So I don't have the version of the BIM today, so I can't drop it, and then it won't be ready by Friday. So no matter what, you need the word version of the BIM, and I'm giving everyone until Wednesday to get that, because I'm asking Elva to send the word version to Kristen on Wednesday. So it depends. I don't know what Kristen left, so I don't know when that. I think the body of the legislation's ready. The BIM is an exhibit to the legislation. So I'm just waiting for the BIM to be cleaned up right now. She's done drafting the legislation.
Okay, so what you're saying is that if everything's ready on Friday, then it can be dropped.
Everything's ready on Wednesday. It can be dropped.
Well, earlier I heard when Alva was speaking that in addition to the BIM, we've been working on the possible planning allocation option. And then, of course, we need to finish up the fixed cost. And then the cash match. Those are still being done.
Because as long as the BIM's the hardest exhibit, the most difficult exhibit, because it requires so many people to collaborate on. And I know that Elva's been working on this, but that there's a lot of people, the planning based amount, there's not, and then also the recommendations and all of that, so those are our recommendations that we'll take into consideration. But at the end of the day, if they're not ready by the time that the legislation is dropped, there's always amendments that can be made at the committee. So I would prefer that the exhibits are completed by the time the legislation is dropped, but there isn't to say that the committee can't make amendments to those exhibits too. So if they're not ready, then we can drop those as they're ready.
So I was curious if judicial says they already did their budget, well, what planning amount are they using? There isn't any yet.
The rates and stuff are using FY 25 currently until that's due. The allocate. Oh, yeah.
Because we just got the revenue and we haven't just.
Well, what we did, I don't know if you guys remember the last meeting, I said we went to each business unit, each district, and we literally gave them the past 4 years of their expenditures.
I think, Mr. Bial, they're doing a zero-based budgeting,
Yeah.
which is working off of what they already have. They're not expecting $10 more million into their budget. So it's not that, it does, like, at the end of the day, it's not, any planning base amount does not significantly change. If you're consistently providing the same governmental services and you're not hiring anybody new, I don't see how your budget changes much.
Mm-hmm.
So they can start their budget if they want to, based on their history. Yeah. Which is what the committee has been discussing, the zero-based budgeting concept, is taking a look at what we actually have on hand and actually the data that we've been utilizing to say, this is how we're gonna continue to budget. Because a comprehensive budget is just an operational budget. It's not a capital outlay budget. It's not a substantial budget that's going to significantly change our operations, unless I have not seen any of the divisions in the executive branch or the programs in the judicial branch. I have not seen substantial changes to plans of operation. If there are no changes to plans of operation and saying we're going to break this division up or we're going to continue to expand the government, I don't see how there would be a substantial change to the comprehensive budget planning based amount. Okay, all right, everyone okay now? All right, let's conclude today's meetings at 2:12 p.m. and we will continue to work together, and thank you everyone for